Oh, I still gotta post the thingy. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody, welcome back. Let me fix that. I forgot to set this back here. I think it was at negative 26 or so. Okay. Sorry again. I did the wrong one. That was my voice. That was my voice. Sorry. I meant to do the volume slider for the music, and I accidentally hit the volume slider for my voice. So yeah, so that the browser, I have different browsers, and yeah. Anyway, okay. So I'm just gonna do a short repeat of what I was saying before. So let me get rid of all this stuff here. Sorry, I didn't actually get set up at all. I just switched. I just switched over, and I didn't do any of the homework. My bad. It's okay. The three of us that are here, we'll do all right. Okay, so I'm going to go to pathman. So actually, okay, we have to look at this from a couple different perspectives. So why am I getting into TinyGo? Why am I getting into Zig? Why am I getting into Zig, and why is TinyGo not good enough? That's kind of what we're gonna be at here. All right, so I created this utility called pathman, and if I could recreate again, I would just create it probably using POSIX shell. I probably would not do it in Go because the features that I actually ended up needing and implementing in Go, they're not that great on the Linux and Mac side. It gives me a little bit of convenience. It gives me an edge, but not like a huge amount. Okay. Now on the Windows side, however, there was no other way to do it. So I thought if I'm going to do it for Windows, I have to do it for Windows. And at the time, my shell experience just wasn't good enough for me to have the knowledge that I could confidently and competently write a path manager in POSIX shell. But now I know that I can. Thanks very much to somebody who was complaining about bugs with Alpine for webinstall.dev, because it was actually the complaints about Webby not working in Docker that drove me to I could now consider myself a POSIX shell expert. I don't have any hesitation in claiming that. Sure, there's things I don't know, but I'm in the top 1% of the top 1% of people who write shell scripts. I would say. Now, that's not with Bash. Bash is not important to me. POSIX shell is important to me. If you write POSIX shell, it runs in Bash, it runs in ZSH. It's important to know some of the differences, and mostly how you learn POSIX shell is by unlearning Bash. Anyway, the thing is, it's hard for people to modify their path, and I wrote a program to do it. But the binary size ends up being, let's go take a look at releases. This never moved over to GitHub releases. Let me see if it's still on Git releases. Oh gosh, that's kind of scary, to be honest. Okay, so when it's zipped, it's relatively small, but let's just take a sample here. I'm going to download this and we're going to unzip it. And we're going to see what the size is, because this was suspicious to people who are not Go developers. To people who are just Linux people, this is what they expect, right? If you're going to write a full interpreter, like a whole shell, then it might be a couple of megabytes. Really, really feature-rich shell might be a couple of megabytes. A utility that modifies text files, you're going to read and write in a text file, here's Ed. That's 230 kilobytes. So to have something in the megabyte range, when you're expecting something in the dozens to hundreds of kilobyte range, it raises some red flags. So I'm just going to go ahead and download Actually, I don't. Let's go. That one was compiled more recently. This ARM version here. Let's download this older one. Okay, and then I'm going to download the Linux one. So I'm going to download Linux AMD 64. I'm going to download these. We're going to go take a look at the sizes real quick. All right. So let's go over, that's in my downloads temp, and we're going to do mkdir pathman. We're going to go into pathman, and then I'm going to tar xvf. You actually don't need the Z. That happens by default. I'm not sure if that's POSIX, though. That's just every one I've ever used. Okay, so what do we get? We get pathman extracted here. Let's get the other one extracted. And then we'll see if this actually proves my point, because these were more recent in terms of what Go they were compiled with. Okay, so we can see 1.6, 1.7. So those aren't as big. I think the original was something like 4 megabytes. If we go back, okay, I don't have earlier releases here because before these GitHub releases and Git releases didn't exist. So I had them published on a website, on my own website, rather than having them published through releases. But anyway, so the point is, this is still very large, and I just compiled this today with Go 121, and it came out to 2.1 megabytes. So if we strip the debug information, we can get that down. I'm curious to see what the Windows one is too. Now, Windows people, I mean, typically speaking, they're not really that. I don't think they're going to be so sophisticated about it. So, you know, they're not going to have. It's the Linux people that have the eye for it, right? Because they have expectations. There's a lot more of this culture of at least security theater, if not actual security. So yeah. So anyway, these are kind of big. What was my interesting choice of word? Keep in mind, there's like sometimes up to a 15-second delay. So even if you comment exactly when you hear it, it may be enough. I've got the memory of a goldfish. So I've got like, maybe a 2-second window of being able to remember what I said. But let me know what was the interesting choice of word. Was it about, I said the Windows people aren't as sophisticated or aren't as discerning or something like that? Was that the word? That's the thing I could think about. Yeah. Yeah, Windows users are not. Yes, they're not scrutinizing it. So anyway, yeah, this is too big. This is unacceptable. Now we're gonna go get TinyGo, and I'm gonna put TinyGo on Webby. In general, I don't use tools that aren't on Webby, and the reason for that is I want tools that if I need to tell someone else like you how to install them, that we can do it, quick and easy. So know that I'm gonna put TinyGo right here. I'm gonna make a new line item right there, and we're gonna put TinyGo. And there's lots of stuff on here that isn't in the directory listing here. I'm gonna update and add some more things, and at some point I need to automate this so that anyway. But TinyGo is going to be on Webby, so it'll be as easy to install as that. But let's go ahead and get over to TinyGo, and then also I'm going to go ahead and pop a top, my friends. So we've got some sugar Mountain Dew and some corn syrup Mountain Dew. And we're going to do a little pop pop. There we go. And then not to be outdone. And then I've got, this is still icy. The ice, it's been half an hour, so the ice is melty a little bit, but it's still good. We don't have to worry about it too much. I'm going to pour the sugar in first the whole way, just because then I can let it fizz down and not have to hold one can and hold the other. I liked to pour them in both at the same time, but while I'm streaming, that's more difficult. And then I have to wait for the fizz to stop, so I can pour the next one. Anyway, because then it mixes up, because the sugar and corn syrup mixture taste is kind of good. I like it. Anyway, so Dappered King, welcome. I don't think I've seen you around here before. Did I clickbait you with the Prime Again reaction? Because if I did, I don't feel bad about it, but I hope you do enjoy the channel. Okay, so, and I just made a pull request for this, because can you see where the download link is? Can anybody see where the download link is? Now on this screen, I will admit, I can actually see it better, which is surprising. Well, it's not surprising, because the person who did this page probably isn't on a Mac, because on Mac, the colors are more accurate. And here, this screen is actually a Dell screen. It's highly rated on ratings.com. If you don't know about ratings.com, you deserve to know about, whoops, not .co, dang it, no, scam site. Whew, thank goodness it didn't load. All right, so ratings.com, notice there's no A. They have reviews on monitors, so I bought this monitor off of their best 4K office monitors. And they have a new one now. It's the same Dell series, so their best one is just really, really expensive, but basically the same technology, but that it's not pre-calibrated is down the list. It's this one right here. There you go. So I have the prior model to this, but it's basically the same score. That's what I'm on. So it's pretty good color. Anyway, so I have a PR on this docs page for this. There's the download link. Oh no, wait, that's not it. This is the download link right here. So I have a PR that actually makes this a lot easier to read. But just from the text perspective, I also suggested that look, can you tell the difference? So I'm a super chromat. I have perfect hue and color recognition. And I don't think that most people could tell that this is a different color than this when I'm hovering. It is. But it's not much. I mean, this isn't much, and that's even much less. Hairline fonts, bad idea for documentation. Anyway, I was going to get it from GitHub releases because that's how we're going to do it with Webby. But I think this just links. No, this is it does link to GitHub releases. Okay, so we're going to go. Let's pop up one directory. We're going to make a directory. TinyGo. Wait, did I already do this? No. It's just filling because there's something already named out there. So we're going to go ahead to TinyGo, and then I'm going to move it into the correct folder. I'm going to move it to the same place that Webby would move it, which is .local opt. I actually need to move, yes. And I'm actually going to do exactly the way that we'll do it with Webby, which is TinyGo 0.30.0. And then I'm going to do, so this is all the manual steps of what Webby does when it downloads something from GitHub releases, for example. We need to also do the X adder on this. So we're going to remove the quarantine bits so that Apple won't complain about allowing it to run. We're going to symlink it to just TinyGo. We're going to use pathman add, and then we're going to give it the full path to add, which is going to be TinyGo bin. So here we are, pathman. This is why I have pathman, because pathman makes it so I don't have to go edit the file and figure, and then I have to edit it for fish and edit it for bash and edit it for ZSH. Like, I don't have to do that. Pathman just makes it, boom, and then when I open up the thing again, so here, TinyGo, boom, it's there, right? So if I just closed out the terminal and opened it, that's the value of pathman. Most people find this to be tedious, and for me, it's a reason to not do something. It's like, I got to go edit the path file, and I have to think about it because there's not a standard way to do it. Pathman makes it a machine-readable standard way that humans can understand. Anyway, so that out of the way. There was something else that needed to be done here, if I can remember what it was. No, we moved it, we linked it, we X-addered the quarantine bit, and we added it to the path. We're ready to go. Okay, so now we're going to go back to Pathman then. And I've got this habit lately where I just do a lot of development in temp because I'm going to push it up anyway. And I just clone things to temp. So technically the canonical repository is my own Git, but just because of the way that the social stuff works, you got to host on GitHub. You can't self-host on somewhere else, even if your canonical is self-hosted somewhere else. I mean, you see this people to do with Bitbucket and with what's that other one? Everybody ends up having a mirror on GitHub because that's where the people are. That's where you get the interaction. Okay, so. I've been here for a bit. I'm a Golang fan, and you were writing Go. Yeah, well now Go's gone. I'm out the window, or I'm out of the Go. Zig is the new hotness. No, hopefully I'll still be writing Go. I haven't had client work in Go recently. Actually, no, I got a client right now. That's Go. I just picked up a new client. I haven't had the kickoff meeting yet. I meant to do that, but I missed the text. and that I didn't respond to it yet. Now that I need to. Anyway, so essentially I need to do TinyGo build. And I need to go ahead and get into a VPS as well. Let me think. I'm just going to try AJ3. And we're going to do the same thing. We should, hopefully, I actually don't know if we have... here we go. Docker. No, that's not what I wanted. I'm going to do GitHub TinyGo. I'm pretty sure that this... Yeah, that's Alpine. Let me see. Do I have another one? Do I have AJ1? I might have to go make one if we don't have one. But I want to compile it natively on Linux, and I have to compile it natively on Windows. So I'm going to do this 3 times. But just using TinyGo, yeah, it takes a little bit longer to build. You may not have seen that, but it's a lot slower. It's using the C compiler and stuff, and it's a different compiler. But 295 kilobytes, if we do strip on that, so we get rid of some of the debug stuff. Now look at it, 158. Oh, so I think the Zig program I'm writing is sitting at 57. The 158 I got was from here. So if we were to do a little bit better, I think that there is a way still, hopefully, to get rid of debug symbols. It may just be to use the standard strip. Let's see. So go build, and then it should be LD flags. I believe it's -S-W. No. Golang LD flags, smaller size. Oh, you know what? I've actually got it. I've got it right here. Let me go ahead and take a look in this. So if we do the build all, I have the LD flags. Yeah, it is -S-W, but it doesn't seem like they work for the TinyGo compiler. Print commands work. Does it say anything about strip in here? Let's see, strip. No debug information. Okay, cool. We'll do that then. So we'll do TinyGo build. We won't pass those LD flags. We'll do no debug. And then let's see, we'll do no debug, and then we'll check out what size it is, and then we'll do strip as well. And we'll check out what size it is. Oh, thanks. Yeah, you saw that there before I did. Okay. First, let's bring that back up. Let me get rid of this. Okay. So 295 with no debug information, which seems weird because isn't that exactly the same size it was just a moment ago? And then takes us down to 158. Yeah, so I don't see any difference there. If you would care to take a look at the help, and I'll leave this up on the screen for a second. I need to go figure out what the name of my VM is that is not Alpine, because I don't, well, actually, let me double check here. Oh, and I'm going to throw this out in case anybody wants to best value office monitors. There you go. This one, you just can't beat this one, depending on what the price is. Also, Dell.com. They don't include Dell.com probably because they don't have an affiliate link, or just because it's a lot more work to go to do vendor by vendor. Price is up on Amazon for this. Let's see. Yeah, so this has actually gone up in price, which is surprising. But it has. You might be able to find a different version of it, the QS rather than the QC. But last time I saw that one, I don't remember it really being worth it. In terms of, you might as well get the USB hub in there. So anyway, yeah, I bought 4 of them, and I ended up sending one back. So I actually bought 5, because every once in a while they have an issue where they just, and I thought something was permanently wrong with it, but it's like, I don't know, it's cold or it's warm or I don't know, but the issue goes away. And I've only had it, I had it on the one frequently, and that's why I sent it back. It didn't just happen once, it happened 2 or 3 times. But I've had it on the other monitors here or there. Okay, 35 releases. And then let's see, do we have Linux, ARM 64, Linux ARM, Linux AMD 64? So copy, yeah, let's do a copy link on this. And we'll see. I don't think that this is going to run, but let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Also, this is a really small container. I don't know if I have the size for this. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, I do. Wait, is that's mounted not on storage, that's mounted on the main one? Okay, cool, I do. So let me copy that link again because I copied in my terminal accidentally. And then let's see, do I have wget? I probably don't. Oh, I do. Great. All right, so that's going to take a few seconds. All right. And while that's downloading, I may actually be able to show my Zig project. So .envman, I actually did put that because I'm doing such heavy development on it. And it's possible I could leave something. Yeah, I've got some files here that aren't committed. I got some notes that aren't committed. So because this one I have such heavy work, I'm not doing it in temp. But if I do a Zig build on this, optimize for small, and I think that it's in a state where it builds right now. Yeah, and then we look at Zig out bin .envman, 74 kilobytes uncompressed. So let's go ahead and compress that because it might be different now. Okay, let's remove the old one. .xz. Okay, so not quite as good. I mean, it is growing in size. It's getting bigger. And if we do the fast, I forget what the different options are. Hopefully if I get one wrong, it will tell me. Release safe. Okay, so let's do that. That's what I like, release safe. That sounds good to me. Okay, so release safe, that's the size of release safe. Let's look at release small. Okay, and then let's do release fast. I expect that fast will be maybe the biggest because fast typically will unroll loops and stuff. So no, safe is the biggest, which also kind of makes sense. So I could do that, and then if we did the XZ on that, well, actually I'd have to remove the other one first. So let's see what that would look like. So 77 kilobytes. Again, that's kind of big, and I feel like for this, releasing it safe is not necessarily the most important thing because it's just going to open up, run, and exit. And I don't foresee I don't know that we're gonna have too much of a problem with your env files are typically files that you trust, that you generate yourself. Might be a bad way to look at it, but okay. And then let's see here. We're gonna use some TinyGo. And TinyGo does have limitations. It probably would not work on most programs that you've written out of the box because it doesn't work with reflection in the JSON parser. Oh, cool. Nintendo Switch. Neat. Wow, there's so many different targets here. That's so cool. All right, but then let me go ahead and do a git clone of pathman. So I could go ahead and copy that again. We'll just do this link on this one. I don't know what I was going to use this for, but I just set up a bunch of temp VM slash container things. Well, they are containers, but I set up a bunch of them a while back. Okay. Of course, push T's not there because it's not there. All right. Actually, oh, and pop D is not there because it's not there. I rely on those so much. Okay, so what we need to do is do path equals, and then path, and then we're going to do home, TinyGo, bin. We're just going to set that. Actually, I need to export that. Okay, I could have just exported path. Oh well, it's not going to matter. Killing me. Do I have fish on here? No. Well, since I'm doing dev on here, I might as well get fish. Now it's like quadruple the container size just by adding fish and get. All right, and then let me actually go back and redo my export here, and I'm going to do that for fish as well. Oh, good. It's already there. Sweet. So let's try no debug. Interesting. Could not find Go. It needs Go for this. All right, let's do Webby Go. Ooh, interesting. Oh, darn. Oh, really? Huh. Well, I'm glad I found that there's a bug here with this. Bad regex. Okay. All right, what is going on here? Go release on Linux. All right, let's reconnect here. Interesting. Let's see if that's true on a normal Linux. Let me just log into beta. I want to make sure that I didn't introduce a bug at some point. Also, I need to make sure that this works with BusyBox said, which means it should work with POSIX said. Oh, sorry. I recommend readings. If yes, can you recommend any? I personally am more into the podcast style stuff and the conference style stuff, but creedsofcraftsmanship.com is where I have the resources that I recommend. So here's a link to that. And at some point, I want to break this out into its own page. Hence, it's creedsofcraftsmanship.com. It redirects here for now. But yeah, I recommend, there's a bunch of blog posts that I'd recommend. There's a bunch of conference talks that I'd recommend. There are some books that I have listened to or read. Uncle Bob has some really good stuff. I'd recommend Uncle Bob's. But I like listening to it in audio form, even though it's about code. A lot of the engineering concepts are not down in the nitty-gritty of the code. If somebody has to read out the code example and say, okay, I've declared a function here, because normally if they're going to read it, they're going to adapt it to, if they're going to know to adapt it to the audience. So they're not just going to read out the code. They're going to explain what's written so that you can get it when they read it. So John Sonmez has a book that it's not really much about code at all. I don't even know that it's really that much about engineering. It's more about the job market, I think, if I remember correctly. It had good advice in it all around. But Uncle Bob, I'd recommend his stuff. Whoops. So, clean architecture. So again, if you're looking at engineering, you're not necessarily looking at the details of the lines of the code, but principles. But a really, really, really good one would be Dave Cheney, right here, this Dave Cheney talk. I'll link you to this as well. There's just, I really recommend just take a stroll through here. These are curated resources I've collected over the years. So, yeah, I like them. I'm going to recommend them. But there's a book too. You're welcome, Lego. All right. So let's see what's going on. I might have to dig into this later. Why is tar not being detected? Let me. Sorry, this is off the beaten path, but let me just see what's going on here. Whoops. Need to single quote that. Also, let me go back to just go here. Okay, so that's going to call Webby. I'm just going to exit one here and then say, what's the output of command-v tar? Okay, so that's not the problem. Where's the problem? Detect the HTTP client, export Webby host. And where do we have set in here? Okay. Probably could have, I might be able to do the TR2. Not sure. And actually, that shouldn't matter if there is an extra comma. I should just allow that. I shouldn't even have that be a problem. Okay, so it's going to then get Webby host. Let's look for that. If curl my package bootstrap. Okay. So let's just exit one either way on this. Okay, no, I'm gonna download that Webby boot. What was Webby boot? That's -o, my installer URL. That's what I wanted to inspect. Sorry, this is off the beaten path, but I want to figure out why this is failing. My installer URL. Okay. So let's echo my installer URL. Because what we should see, so something's happening and it's returning an empty list of formats, or something of that nature is going wrong. All right. So that looks right to me. So where did this go wrong? APK. All right. Let's get Vim on here. All right, fine. Oops. Well, all right. I'm not going to do anything else yet. Oh, this act. Oh, it's not symlinked. Interesting. Oh, this could be it too. Oh no! Oh, Zalgo, he comes! Zalgo, he comes! On his pony! Wait, is this not exactly the same here? I might have to take back my expert status. Line 35. 35. Okay, wait. Arch equals error. Okay, there's our problem. Huh. So there's our problem right there. I'm not sure why that's a problem, but I need to look into that. Because we're obviously we can't install Go on Alpine right now. All right, I see where that's a problem. Okay, at least it's starting to make sense. But how did we get to that point? All right, I'm going to have to debug that later. But I'm going to go ahead and make a note of this right now. I'm going to open up an issue for this. And I might do this after I republish Pathman. Because I do want to do some... new bug report. Okay, so... let's see if I can get back to that previous error. And then also, let's do this format's pretty true. Let's bring this over here. Oh, also, I'm going to get the music going again. How's that? All right. So... All right, uname SRM. Nope, that's the wrong one. And then before that, all right. Okay. So 2 things to look up. Okay. Now, just to be clear, if we try something else like Webby RG, okay, that works fine. What if we did Webby Node? Okay. Oh, I think it's no muscle build. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, just to fix this so I can move forward, is I'm just going to manually swap out Arch from Air to AMD 64 and see if that doesn't fix our problem. Oh, right. Okay. And we should actually have the release date. I'm pretty sure that information is in there now. It may not have been before. Whoops. Dang it. Gonna do a bunch of what's the letter L? 157. Okay, something weird is going on. I'm probably not going to debug this here. I probably need to just move on. Okay, so oh darn it. I'm going to try one more and then I'll just move on because this is not what I was trying to get into right now. So so we still get the bad regex, huh? Oh, okay. Webby Arch error. Okay, got it. Okay, so there's a few more places that I need to update this. Let's see if there's any other. Okay, version 1, 21.3, 1, 21, 3. Git tag is undefined. We'll have to go fix that later. Webby channel is stable. Webby extension is tar. Oh, there we go. Package URL. Yep. Package file. And then path name. Alright, so there's some sort of trickle down here. It'll be interesting to see if this actually works now. I hope it will. Interesting. The same is true for pathman. All right, so irony of ironies. I think it has to do with the muscle. The muscle native. Because we have a lot of Go programs. Yeah, well, what it needs to prefer muscle if it's available, but it shouldn't error. This is going to be another kind of basically try catch. If we find nothing, we have to go back and fix it so that it guesses. Anyway, let's see, config, envman, path, TinyGo. Okay, so we still need Go installed in order for TinyGo to work. All right, we're going to let that sit for a minute. So good news is it looks like it's now building. Oh, I'm going in directions I didn't want to go, but that's the reality of it, right? There we go with the audio. Okay. And I wanted to do with this with Go Releaser, but I think that's just not going to be what happens here. All right, 5.3. Whoops. What did I do? What I did there. And then we're going to get rid of the LD flags. Then what are we gonna do? So Windows ARM64, we're gonna try that. Okay, I see your comment. I'll respond in a moment once I have gotten my head around a few more things. I could have sworn that I needed to do this here. What's up, Hannah? Okay, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, then I need to add at the end of this, basically, all of these need to then get a strip as well. So AMD 64. And actually the Windows ones we're not going to be able to strip. I think it's just going to be Linux. I think I'm just going to re-upload Mac and Linux and leave Windows alone. That's what I think I'll do. Okay, Windows 386, and I'll just drop Windows 386. Nobody's using that no more. So I am going to be doing a little bit of Zig. Yes. So I'm not doing so what I was comparing was the binary sizes of TinyGo versus Zig, and TinyGo, I don't know that TinyGo is worth the effort if Zig works for the use case. Because TinyGo just doesn't reduce the size that much across the board. But I'm writing my very first Zig program. I'm in the middle of it. I've been doing it this past week. It's a very small and simple program, similar to the one that I'm recompiling with TinyGo right now. And like I was saying earlier, I probably won't rewrite this in Zig, because now that I've got good enough at shell scripting and PowerShell, because originally it couldn't be done on Windows. Path management could not be done on Windows without writing a program to do it, because there was no mechanism to update the path programmatically other than syscalls to the registry. But now that's not the case. So now PowerShell actually has functions to be able to edit the path. So I would rewrite pathman in PowerShell and in POSIX shell. PowerShell for Windows, POSIX shell for Windows, Mac, Linux, BSD, etc. originally pathman I'd written in Go because I wasn't as confident in doing string manipulation on POSIX systems with POSIX shell. Oh, and sorry, unknown. Okay, now that I'm in a thought break, I'm a level 1 dev. I need advice regarding how to get advanced in my career in terms of skills. How can I make myself worth more as a dev? So my number one. So this is me. Okay, this is not necessarily everybody in the world, but I've already linked to Creeds of Craftsmanship before. I'll link to that again. So here's creedsofcraftsmanship.com. Take a look at this. Learn the language and how to talk about the decisions and whatnot. Creeds of Craftsmanship. Lots of good resources here. Also, if you go up a level, there is there's stuff here about company ladders and compensation plans. There's stuff here about resumes and great README examples. This is the number one thing that I care about. If somebody can show me that they know how to document stuff, that means they know how to communicate. It's one thing to solve a problem. It's another thing to be able to communicate how the problem is solved. And the second is more important. You can be an excellent problem solver, but not be able to communicate it. And you might get a lot of praise and a lot of love at a very, very small company. But when somebody comes in behind you and has to follow your work, that's when the hate comes. And I've seen this multiple times. There's a rock star dev who comes in, does everything from top to bottom, just outputs tons and tons of code, but nobody can figure out what he did or how to fix it or how not to break it. There's even we did a podcast episode on this, the story of Mel. So first I'm going to link here to great README examples. There should be in here, I don't think there is in here, but we're going to need to add this. I'm going to go back and add this into the section. Here's resume examples. There's a few of them. This one, yeah, that one's a little too over the top. It was more funny than anything else. Let's see, company ladder stuff. I mean, you can all this here, and then where was the projects exercise? Did I have the markdown in here? Okay, so let me link to the markdown thing. I'm gonna throw this. Learn and master markdown. There we go. Yeah. So that's the thing to me, is the communication skills, because so many, and I don't care how complex your project is on GitHub. I've told people this many times, in interviews. I will send people back from an interview or typically before calling them in for an interview. When I get the resume, I'll say, I see you've got projects here that tells me nothing, because I have no idea what they do or how to, because they have the crap at top, create React app crap. So they'll have the crap README that tells me nothing about what the project is. And I'm trying to think, I mean, there are some, I mean, these are good READMEs, like, what's the name of your project? What's the one-liner of what it does? What's the thing that, that shows it? Put a little link to the demo, right? He's got the demo right here. Put a link to the demo so that somebody can try out whatever your portfolio project is. Install, usage, quick start. Like, this is a good README. This, yeah. Here's another one. This is one of mine. Like, what does it do? How do you use it? This is super important. Hey, Two-Step, I am not working on ENV Man yet. No. I am first recompiling Pathman. And then I had a bug in Webby on Alpine with BusyBox said, because you know, so that took me off the beaten path for a little bit. But now I'm recompiling Pathman with TinyGo, and I was comparing the sizes. So unknown, POSIX arrays do not exist. Dappered King. So Bash has arrays, don't use them. If you're getting to the point where you need arrays, then you're talking about POSIX arrays like as in the machine code. Never mind. That's probably what you're talking about. If you were talking about as in shell scripts, no. If you need arrays, then you're a bridge too far. You need to get out of shell and you need to get into a programming language or scripting language. So unknown, did that help you? What I went through there? Sorry, I'm jumping back and forth between various comments and threads here. How are the TinyGo binaries compared to Zig? Not good. I don't think that there's... Now, granted, I learned about TinyGo at a conference where somebody showed doing it on the Game Boy, and it didn't register in my head because it's marketed for microprocessors, right? And it didn't register in my head, okay, maybe I could use this for recompiling programs I already have. But then my buddy and I, our kids were having a play date today, and then he started telling me about TinyGo. And so that was kind of my second, it was probably the second or third time I heard about it. So right then and there, I busted out the computer and we tried compiling with it. And I'll show you the results momentarily. Let's see. Are we at the point where can I do the TinyGo build now? TinyGo build, no debug. Did that work? Did I do that? Oh, I think I already did it. I was updating this because I wanted, so here's what it looks like. I'm going to find out for the first time. This is what it's like when we compile on Linux directly. So, okay. 295 kilobytes. Now, if we cross compile, it's worse. So, and that's what I was worried about. Okay, so cross compiling is worse. Native compiling looks a lot better. Okay, so wait, no. Oh, sorry. I'm actually on wrong terminal. Wrong terminal. Now that was the exact one I was looking at before. So here we're going to find out. Okay, but again, similar. Sudo apk add strip. Probably going to have to be build essential or something. Let's see. Alpine. What Alpine package contains strip? But still, the same thing is true. So if I cross compile, because the way that the cross compiling works with TinyGo is different, because it's using LLVM, and it's let's see, package, contents, file, strip, package bin utils. Okay, we'll add bin utils. So all right. So that looks more promising. So this is acceptable for Pathman. I feel a lot better about this. So that's what I'm actually going to upload. But I got to figure this out a little bit because let me go check and see. I have to do this as a manual process. I can't use Go Releaser on this one. So there's Pathman. I'm going to create a new release for this. Okay, this is tar.gz. And I got to remember, I think that this is bare. I think that this does not provide any sort of cover. So, but I think I'm going to switch it to, we'll do GZ and XZ, but I will recompile a few of these at least. We'll do Linux AMD 64. We'll do both Darwins, although I think TinyGo only supports the one Darwin. We'll see. So let's try this. TinyGo build. Well, let me do go s. No, just go arch equals ARM64 TinyGo build. And I probably should do an out file. All right, unknown. But then if we look at the, let me pull up the other project here. Boop. Oh no. Where did I put this? Too many terminals. Where did .envman go? Okay, here it is. So if we look at the size here, and I'll be interested to see if we do a strip on this, does it change it at all? A little bit. Just a tiny bit. So that one I think was safe. That was release safe. If we do release small, very small, 74 kilobytes. If we do release fast, which I don't care to do, 221. So, and I consider these of, you know, similar complexity and similar value in terms of being cross-platform, being cross-compilable, although Pathman isn't because of the Windows syscalls. It's not really cross-compile. I have to compile it on Windows. No, brain fart. Never mind. So what was this going to be? Pathman. Let me see what the names were. I'm going to have to match the naming. It's going to be this. It's going to be like this, because I did go arch, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. We're going to move that Pathman to this. And actually, sorry, it's going to be different. We're going to put this out as a point release. No, we need to put it out as a full, at least a minor, because something could go wrong. We're using an entirely different compiler. It's not fair to anybody to give it less than that. So let's see if we can do the cross-compiling here on Mac. And then what I would do is just put this out as AMD 64. Let's see if that'll work. Okay, and then let's see what it thinks about ARM. Okay, cool. So that's good. So we're going to go with that. And I'm just gonna tar it up. And then we're gonna do the same thing with this one. And then we're gonna do XZ keep pathman .tar. We'll do a gzip keep. Actually, I guess, oh yeah, the reason I wanted to do the keep was just for that. And we'll do XZ. So I'm going to have to manually upload these, but I'm just creating the file that I'm creating that's different is a build, TinyGo build. And I'm just going to commit that file, create another release, upload these manually, and that'll be the end of that. There's a little bit of tar overhead here. But then, you know, this, I don't feel embarrassed about this. Where's that 2.1 megabytes? It's embarrassing. And if I had an ARM system, I probably have a Raspberry Pi somewhere. I'm not going to rebuild it for ARM right now. Well, I could try it. Let's see. Go arch equals ARM 64. We could at least, give that a go. TinyGo build. .o and then pathman. And what do we do with the other one? Let's just follow the same naming convention. But I'm going to build all these on Linux for Linux and whatnot. Okay, so it's not going to work. Let's try like this. Oh, okay. Weird. Oh, and I probably should have done no debug and run strip and all that. Let me go ahead and do that. So let me run strip pathman. Star 64. Well, let's strip that one. Strip this one. Tar that one. Well, we'll just remove all the tar files actually. We'll tar that one. We'll tar the ARM one. And then we'll XZ this one. And we'll GZ this one. And then we'll XZ the other one. And we'll GZ the other one. Okay. Okay, so that... Is that true? Alright, let's go back to the Alpine Bob again. Let's do file. What's file part of? Oh, really? Interesting. So I do want to test this, though. In the sense of... Let's set it to something wrong, and it should complain, right? Excellent. So that's good. So we should be able to do ARM v7. We'll go as much as we can then. So ARM v7. All right, maybe just ARM 7. It might be called ARM 7. Maybe I can just try ARM? I don't even know what that means. I'll have to double check some things. Have you tried the Rust executables? No, because Rust is not something I'm interested in for two main reasons. The most important one is that they added operator overloading. That was the point at which I realized, okay, this train is headed in the wrong direction. Number two is it doesn't cross-compile well. So the reason that I was interested in Rust was essentially Zig didn't exist, or I wasn't aware of Zig. And had I known about Zig sooner, I would have been using Zig sooner, although that early on, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that might have been too early. It might have been not usable for me. Whereas now it's like, I had someone with me for almost a whole day, 6-8 hours or something like that. And then after that, it's like, okay, I'm comfortable on my own. I can do this. I feel good about it. I mean, there's still a lot of stuff I got to learn, but by the end of the week, I will probably feel, in terms of the language, not the entire set of libraries in the ecosystem, but in terms of the language, by the end of a week of working with it every day, I think I would be just about as comfortable with it as I am with Go, maybe. I mean, it's a really simple language. There's a lot of concepts that I don't get. I'd love to have, especially conference talk type resources for it, but I'm going to get there. It's to me, I see a path forward. Okay, so do we have ARM 5 or I'm not sure. Is it ARM v5? Hold on. I have this Go tool dist list. Okay, Linux ARM. Oh! Duh. Forgive me. Go ARM equals... Here we go. This is where we get 7 and so on and so forth. Okay, this is interesting though, that the binary size is so much different. Cross architecture on the right system type, because when I was cross compiling on Mac, the binary size was very big on this. Anyway, we'll let this go on. I'm going to boot up the Windows computer and get TinyGo installed over here as well, and then somehow I have no idea how I'm going to get the files off the Windows computer. It's got SSH on it, but it doesn't have rsync, but it has SCP, I think. So I'm gonna download TinyGo on the Windows computer. We're gonna upload this stuff. It's all very boring. And then I need to get my Windows ARM computer out. I don't know how this is going to work. I may not be able to build on Windows. We'll see. Windows AMD 64. So TinyGo doesn't have Windows ARM 64. All right, then we're going to build v5. I guess I might as well build 386 as well, just for old time's sake. I mean, since I got to do all this manually anyway. Or maybe I should turn this into a script. Yeah, I probably should. Hold on. ARM 64. Okay, and then I have to check and see. Maybe I'll do it like that. Were there any other architectures that I needed this for? I think I might just... Well, okay, actually there was another thing I wanted to do too. Which is... Let's see. Okay. My bin is going to be 1, and we're going to do tar. My bin. CVF. Tar. And then we're going to do XZ keep. And GZ keep. And then I don't know if that'll work. Can we hold on? Go arch equals AMD 64. Echo yo. This should work, right? Yeah, alright. Alright, cool. But then we can't use it. Okay, so let's try this. Oh, can I share the playlist? Yes. So it is right here. The songs, the playlist is the orchestral tag on OC Remix. I'm going to throw it down here. There you go. Actually, you know what? Hold on. This is what we're going to do. All right. All right, so I'm going to do it this way. Actually, I'm gonna do slightly different than that. So we're gonna do go arch. If it's 0 width, go arm. Then we'll do this way. Else we'll do this way. So because with arm, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to double check on this. but I'm pretty sure the way that I already had it was with the V, right? ARM V5, V6, V7, ARM V8, which is actually just, yeah, I'm not going to do ARM V8 this time. The one true compile. Okay. There we go. All this for something that I'm going to do once and hopefully never touch ever again. Actually, that's not true. There's a couple bugs I'd like to fix, but again, if I fix them, I won't be fixing them in Go. I will be converting it over. Well, the Windows one, no, the Windows one, I think I'll go with PowerShell, like I said. So I might leave it in Go. Okay. You know, I could do this a slightly different way even still. Because I could do my... Okay, I'll do it this way. My target equals... So this is how I do it, by the way. I always use I always use FN, I always use command or CMD, and then main. I actually do, because the shell scripts are so difficult. Because there's so many different commands, there's so many different environments, so I just put FN in front so I know that it's a function. Because you just don't have that good of linter tools to help you with these things. Latin! Sorry, I'm sorry. I had a little something in my throat and I mispronounced that. Let me try that again. 10. There we go. Good to see you again. And sorry for mispronouncing it the first time around. As I know that was embarrassing on my part. I appreciate your patience with my insolence. Okay, there we go. And actually, just because it reads more normal, we'll swap it around like that. And then I could do, to do get description. Okay. And you know what? We might as well go all the way, right? Should we do the MIPS? Do the whole thing? Nah. I don't have it in me. Just because I'm going to have to upload these by hand, you know? And so I'm going to have to do this how many times? Like 20 times? It's like $1,000 job right here. If anybody's using this, they better just love me for it. I'm going to do V1. Okay, this is it. This is how we're doing it. I'm going to copy it over. I'm going to paste it. Oh, no. So that last one's a no-go, eh? Okay, we'll let that run for a day or however long it takes. Goodbye, Pi Zero. But I think all these other ones should work. AMD 64 V1. Should that have an underscore? I think it actually should. Hold on, I'm going to cancel this. I could be wrong about that. I'm going to put the underscore in there. And then I don't need this anymore. But I do need that. Okay. So doing the same thing again. Should have used PB copy, but it's too many things to learn. PB copy and this and that and the other. All right, TinyGo. All right. Now we're going to let this thing off on its thing. Mortals make mistakes. Nod. Yeah, indeed. Said this on Discord already, but could you use an arena for the hash maps backing so you can just call arena.dinit to deallocate or reset it to clear? I think so. I'm not sure. When I get to that point, then I'll know. And I let the Windows computer go to sleep. Who knows if it's going to wake up? I'll probably have to restart it. It doesn't look like it's waking up. It's not responding to keyboard or button press. Probably had a Windows update. Let me just try. Sometimes if I just try putting the screen brightness back on, it works. Nope. All right, Windows computer's out. Giving it a 10 count. 9, 8, 7. Skippy few. 3, 2, 1. Putting my ear to it here. I don't hear anything. I don't hear any fan spin. All right, give it a 5 count. Finger off the power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a 2 count. 1, 2. All right, there it goes. All right, so let's take a look. So if we didn't strip it... Okay, first of all, let's just get rid of all this stuff. I'm going to add that back with this one so I can see the diff. Okay. Windows is up. Trying to figure out where. Downloads folder, TinyGo. Extract all. Where shall I extract it? Why? I will have you extract it to .local opt TinyGo. That's where you're going to extract it. Oh, but then TinyGo is slow, by the way. Its garbage collection is not sophisticated. Its halt the world stop time is great. Okay, so let's take a look at these sizes. So these two it was able to strip. This one it's not able to strip. This one's it's not able to strip. This one's not able to strip. So it's not able to strip those, but the resulting sizes are, you know, it's kind of funny. The G-zip versus the XZ. I mean, it doesn't really. It's like, you know, 10% different. Well, I guess it's a little bit more than that once you consider the original size. But okay. So it'd be nice if we could strip those. If I had an ARM system that I could easily log into, I mean, I guess I could do it on my Mac. I just don't want to deal with it right now. But I may redo this process in a VM, using what's it called, UTM. I might run an ARM Linux on UTM, but do I have... No, because I don't have a TinyGo. Oh, here's what I could do. Here's what we're going to do. I want 2204. Can we get 2204? That's an LTS, is it not? Okay, no? Okay, all right. Well, fine. We'll do that. All right, I'm going to download. Do I have UTM installed? I don't know if I have UTM installed. Let's see. No, okay. So I'm going to get it from the App Store. I don't have UTM installed on this computer, it looks like. Okay. Pay $10 on the App Store. Is it worth it? Absolutely. Doing it. Yeah, okay. I want to support UTM. They're doing the Lord's work, as Matt would say. Oops. Okay. Oh no! I opened up my command prompt by mistake. Save me! Oh, come on. Type it out by hand? Alright. Oh, I removed Go. I gotta reinstall Go as well. Okay, so, because we have Go and TinyGo. Anyway. Since I gotta, while I'm dealing with this Windows stuff, apparently Sonoma added virtualization support. Interesting. Let's see if that URL registration works without having... Oh, it does. Without having to change anything else. Cool. Okay, so while I'm working on this Windows stuff, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can get this up and running. Let's see. Which is this is ARM64. I wonder if I can also get this to work with other versions of ARM. Does it have to be ARM64? Can it do ARM v something or other? It looks like it's ARM64. Okay, that's fine. But I mean, we'll see how it goes. Does it have Alpine? Nice. macOS 9.2.1. I could play that that graphing calculator game. And oh wow. Old back in the olden days, huh? Windows 11. Windows XP. Dang, Windows XP is so nice. I really wish we could go back to this. I mean, get a look at that, right? Look at that. Look how clean that was. How simple. I really do. I honestly think that Windows XP was the best Windows they ever had. I still do to this day. I wish they would just abandon all of this crap and just go back to XP. It just... 11 looks decent. But it's not... I don't know. No, because what I hate about 11 is that stupid thing they put in the search bar. Yeah, this one needs a guide, so I can't just have that one go. Okay. All right, I'm going to get rid of that. Let's see if Windows is ready. So I think I'm just going to need to exit out of the shell and then reopen the shell again. And then go into pathman. And then let's see, Go version. That works. TinyGo version. That works. Now, I think I'm going to be in there for a rude awakening. Oh, wow. That took a very long time to run. I wonder if it was... Oh, it was just initializing something, I guess. Okay, and it looks like it ships with LLVM on Windows. So I'm just going to run... Go arch equals AMD 64 TinyGo build no debug -o pathman v0.60 or oops 6.0 Windows AMD 64 v1. Oh, duh. I forget how we do this. PowerShell. There's a fairly intuitive way to do it. How do we set environment variable in PowerShell? Let me go check that out real quick. Should have this top of mind, but I'm just having a brain fart. Oh, I think we just literally set it. I don't know what all this stuff is about. Yeah, there it is. We just set it. Okay. So it's $GoArch equals AMD64 double ampersand TinyGo build yada yada. No, ampersand's not valid. What? Oh, that's for command. I'll say for PowerShell we do need the semicolon. Oh, whoops! Hold on. And you know what else I forgot? I forgot the quotes around it. Oh, I think I also forgot the E and V. Hold on. Okay. Golang cross compile PowerShell. Okay, so we did all that. Oh. And I wanted to see what was actually different between the two. Not much. All right, cool. Okay, and so then here, I'm pretty sure we could put, you know, what's all right, Go AMD MacBook 2015 or something. What, I mean, we can at least do V2. I'll just put V2 there. I don't have any concerns about that. I mean, we could do an AMD V1, but I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think there's people on there's not people on a Mac that are gonna, yeah, it's just, Macs don't need that. And Macs don't need any of this. So there we go. Okay. And I may have to try an older version of Go. Let's try... Let's see, what's an older version? Okay, let's go back to TinyGo. Compatibility matrix. Okay, looks like we get some pretty wide support here. In the TinyGo 18. TinyGo 17. Yeah, so I'm getting a build error on Windows. It's actually the same one that I get elsewhere. So I'm gonna go check out system golang.org xsys windows. It's there. All right, let me just try doing a normal Go build. All right, that worked. Now trying a TinyGo build again. Okay, I think we might not be able to do TinyGo build on Windows for a Windows target. Because I'm thinking they might be replacing the standard library. Okay, so we're gonna let that one go.
See the grains of hope still within you, sweet love star.
I'm kind of thinking I'll do the goose. I just want to see what it looks like. building from the building Mac for Mac OS on Mac OS seems to yield smaller sizes. Okay, so I'm going to try this anyway. I just wanted to be able to compare and see if I'm not crazy, because I don't think I'm crazy. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I get what you're saying there, dog. I understand what you're saying there. I'm 100% on board with that. Sometimes I feel the same way. It's like, I just wish I were an idiot. That way I could get along with people better and make more friends. It seems like that's taken a particularly long time. Anyway, hey, Unknown. Good to see you're still here. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, you know what? I might need to update this. Okay. That might help. That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I did something wrong here. All right. So I feel like you've got a bunch of Yogi Berra quotes here. Most of the opinions are opposites. In short, I disagree with myself, let alone the outside world. Is that a weird turn of phrase? Or is the English language just actively melting in my head? Weird sentence structure. Honestly, I might be a little insane, but you need to be a little nuts to stay sane in this world. I mean, I can't argue with that, right? I could write half a book on what I think of idiocy. That's really funny. Only half. All right, I'm going to build this one more time with feeling and a little bit of the squeak in the voice for, added good measure or something. Oh, you know what though? Hold on. Go. Um, okay, so that one's going to be building some Linuxes. And then this one's going to be building the Mac OSs. But then I'm also going to have it build the Linuxes too. All right. Okay, so it's... Okay, so this is already different. Something's already different because this is actually building the same size on this machine, whereas on the other one, and again, maybe it's like, do I have a different version of Go? What version of Go am I on? I should probably update to the latest version of Go, but yeah, whatever. Okay, cool. So that's going to run, and then on Windows here, I'm going to check things out again. I'm going to go ahead and do a git fetch on Windows. See if I can switch over to feet TinyGo. Uh... I'm going to run go mod tidy and go mod vendor here on Windows and see if anything's different. It says all the files are modified. Oh, it's just Windows line replacements. None of the files are actually modified. Yeah, if I do a git diff, no big deal. Okay. All right, so I'm going to try again. Let's see, go version. We have the latest version. So I'm just going to run TinyGo build and see what happens on Windows. And this seems, I don't know, it seems kind of weird. I know what it is. I know what it is. On this machine, I have a different version of LLVM. I believe that it's one that's more up to date than what comes installed on it natively. So if I were to remove the brew version of LLVM, which I have nicely sanctioned off here in opt brew, not in a system location, but in there, somewhere in there, well, let me see. I've got this in my path. No, I don't. Huh, okay, never mind. I thought that I had LLVM in a special place. but I guess I don't. I'm switching these up a little bit in order of kind of localness, as it were. Actually, this one. And the rest of these could probably be... They're just as well to be alphabetical. Anyway. That doesn't much matter. I feel poetic. The half book would probably be enlarged into a trilogy. It's a common joke in the Zig Discord for Theo to compile LLVM. That's most of my knowledge on it. Who, Theo, the Twitter guy? Okay, so here we go. These are the sizes that I get on Mac OS. They actually look right. But I'm going to use the ones that were compiled on Linux for Linux and on Mac OS for Mac OS. But I think the reason I'm getting a different result is like I think I actually am getting a different result. Okay, so let's go do this. We're gonna go to Gati. We're gonna go to Pathman here. Wait, does this one have releases? Okay, good. I'm gonna freak myself out here. Okay, so am I not signed in? I'm signed in. So why can I not manage mirror? Oh, I've got a complete circle the whole way around. All right, good. Okay. Update depths and build with TinyGo for reasonable sizes. Security updates. And then build with TinyGo. Hey! It builds on Windows now. So my dependencies were out of date. Okay, so we're going to go back up here. Okay. And I don't think Windows comes with XZ. Well, I'm going to check on that in a bit. Oh, whoops. I hit the wrong button. That's okay. I'll fix it right now. ARM64. Okay, so I'll have to rebuild that. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. So what? Oh, default branch. Got it. Okay, so all right, there we go. I've got all the Linux builds now. And let's see, do we have SCP? We do! Huzzah! Okay, cool. All right, Windows has tar. Interesting. I'm wondering if Windows tar does GZ. Okay. Does it do... Okay, BZ2. Does it do J? Okay. What's the tar option for... tar option for XZ? No. Okay, I think the... Was it capital J? Okay, I'm going to try capital J then. Let's see if this works. Unsupported compression option. Okay. All right, good. And then Windows zip command line. Okay, dash C. And then let's see how we actually do it in real life right now. This is where our our releases are. Where are our Windows releases? Let's just take a look and see what that looks like. Okay, it's a zip file. So let's do unzip. Okay, and it's bare. So I'm going to go with compress archive. And then I might try building Windows. Actually, let me try this. Let me try. We're going to do the Windows build. We're going to try it here. It might work. Okay, 386. I don't know, with the ARM. We can see if any of this works out. But then we would not do XZ on Windows. And then how do we do how do we do zip? Let me go read the man page for zip real quick. Okay, zip usage. Options B path. Zip file list. I don't know. I think maybe we just do this. I'll try that again. The LD flags. Okay, just making sure. Oh, right. And then I do remember this one. I can fix this real quick. All right, so I may just cross-compile it for Windows. Hmm. Do we have an examples section? Zip stuff. All right, what did I miss? Zip. Have I never run zip before? All right. How to create a zip file on macOS. Zip. Okay. So apparently I mean, you tell me how you read that. But when I read the example in the docs, what? Okay, unsupported architecture. All right, we can get rid of that then. All right, unsupported architecture ARM. Okay, so now I'm going to try to get this to work on Windows as well. What was that compress archive thing? Okay, so it's cool that it did work. I was just, my local mods were too old. Compress archive. All right, let me read your comment here in just a second. I know it's going to be a good one. It's going to be full of wisdom. Lay down the truth bombs on me. I think it needs to be double quotes on Windows. I'm not entirely sure. All right, right output. And then in PowerShell, we do use the function keyword. And then we don't have test. Hold on, where's my code llama? Do I have my code llama up already? I think I do. All right, code llama, tell me the truth. How do I test if a variable is empty in PowerShell? Give me the answer. Come on. Don't crap out on me now. Well, it's gotta... Let's try that. And we can test this locally, actually. Oh, is it else if? Okay, it's else if. And then all of these ones need $signs in front of them now. GPT could probably do this okay. TinyGo build, no debug. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I would expect GPT would actually get right. Still. Oh, I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. Export should become env dot. There we go. So pretty much the same thing. Okay, so at least we know that one works. And then we can try this one out. I can push that up and I can try it over here. Oops. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. Uh... All right, let's pull this down. Okay, we're going to do it. We're going to make a PR for this as well. Okay, so we'll try now on Windows. Let's see. Forget how I get it to run PowerShell scripts because there's a special way you got to do it because by default PowerShell scripts won't run. So what you got to do is create a bat file that runs PowerShell scripts with an option that allows them to run. It's like this security feature. So you can't just have, you can pipe from, like I could do let's see, type TinyGo build Windows PS1 and I can pipe that to PowerShell and that will work. But I can't directly run a PowerShell file without a special option. Oh, whoops. Again, I forgot to put the quotes around everything. And I should probably run the PowerShell linter on this. I thought I had it installed. I don't know why it's not running automatically. Or formatter, I mean. Okay, so it is linting, but it's not formatting. I forget what the formatter command is. I need to make a little alias for that or something. Oh! Alright, pulling over here on Windows. Okay, looks like it's working. Oh, wait, something broke. Unexpected absolute expression. Alright, so it doesn't have CLang installed on Windows. Alright, I'm just gonna... delete all that. What is it complaining about? TinyGo build, no debug. My bin. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. So all of these are missing env colon on them. I need to make sure all of those should have the env on them. Okay, are any of the caps missing the env still? Okay. All right, tar. Tar, and then compress, archive. Okay, I'm going to create a folder for all of these called build. And I'm just going to throw all of the pathmans that I just created into build. And then I'm going to try get pull again. And then I'm going to try, well, first, let me see if I can SCP over the build folder to no, that doesn't look like that's working. That doesn't look like that's working. See what's a good way to get these files across. What's that? There's one of those. It's like an airdrop clone website. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Snapdrop. Snapdrop.net. But for some reason, that one doesn't work oftentimes, but I don't know why. Okay. So it's this thing. Alright, let me see if I can do this on the other side. onedoes.github.io/snapdrop. I don't see my other computers, probably because I'm actually on a different Wi-Fi. Well, and it may just not be working. I think it's not working. Because there's no server on it, that's why. Okay, there's something else like that. Pair drop. Okay, pair drop. Same thing, but it has the server. Pairdrop.net. Okay, cool. It worked. So let me see if I can drop my build folder here. It looks like that didn't work. Let me try again. I think it's because I tried to send a folder. I think it got shy. Let me try just sending the build files individually. Okay. Cool. Alright, it's got it. Alright, sweet. Now that I've got that done, and let's see, what did this actually generate? Did this actually generate to what degree did we end up with the Windows files here? It was just Windows AMD 64. Because ARM itself wasn't supported. Was that the way it went? Okay, so this is pretty good. I think, like, goal accomplished. Hey, King, what's up? So I didn't actually get to any Zig tonight so far. Looks like I may not. I spent 3 hours figuring out how to get this to compile. And it looks like with TinyGo, and that wasn't TinyGo's fault. My code was really old. Well, there's two things going on. One, on the other computer, I have the native version of LLVM, but because of some other work that I was doing on this computer, I have the Brew version of LLVM. And it seems that the Brew version of LLVM performs better for TinyGo. And it looks like I'm getting the same thing with that, the same binaries with that I'm getting when I compile on Linux with the LLVM that comes with TinyGo or on Windows. That's what it looks like. So it looks like we're back to parity where everything compiles the same for TinyGo. And yes, I am enjoying Zig. I think Zig is great. I really feel, fingers crossed, it's like the first couple weeks of dating are always a heck of a lot better than the next 6 months of dating. It's like I'm a little bit in the honeymoon phase with Zig. But it seems like it's the one, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So with that, let's get rid of all the tar files. Those don't do us anything. And they add 1 kilobyte in size. Ah, stupid tar files. Well, in some cases more. Ooh. I guess it adds... Well, that's kind of interesting. I wouldn't expect that. But anyway. I'm going to make a directory called uploads, and we're going to move all of the pathman everything.tar into uploads, and we're going to move all of pathman everything.zip into uploads. And there we are. So these are all the releases that I'm going to be uploading. And I did want to check to see if now the PowerShell script works. Wait, did I finish? Did I do the git pull? Yeah, up to date. Cool. Anyway, so once I updated the dependencies to match the same version of Go, I deleted the version information from Go mod, and then did Go mod tidy and Go mod update. So I deleted. Well, now I've switched it to 121 is what I did, but I deleted this, and then same thing. And then updated the vendors. Oops, not git mod, go mod. See anything change? No. Okay. Okay, so one thing I'm interested in is that versus... Was it actually any different in file size between the two? Okay, there's a heck of a lot more that way. So here's 7. Oh, right, because it's got... Okay, hold on. That's not the right comparison. Okay. So we look at these. So for AMD V1 174, for AMD V1. Okay, no. So no. My observation was correct, because look, This was the one that was actually compiled on Linux, 174. This is the one that was cross-compiled on Mac OS, 255. Now that may be because it can't strip it on Mac OS. That might be part of it. That's actually probably the bulk of it right there, is that it won't strip properly when it does crossies. Okay, so that one's 312. This one's 312. So that one's the same. But that also, I think that one didn't get stripped because I did. Oh, okay, right. And that was the whole reason I was going to boot this thing up, which I don't think I'm going to move forward with that right now. Well, I'll move forward with it in the sense that I'll let it boot, but I don't think I'm going to actually go through the trouble. I'll let that boot up Ubuntu over there. Okay, so let's see what this gives me. Okay, so it looks like even on Windows, oops. Ah! Crap! Stop! So even on Windows, the 386 stuff isn't working. Okay. So I'm going to comment out all of the 386 and ARM7 stuff because I think the ARM7 doesn't work either. Let's see what it says. ARM7. Yeah, so the ARM64. Okay. Alright, so I'm getting the same results on Windows in terms of the TinyGo build from PowerShell. Can't do that, can't do that, can't do this. So those are out, which is fine. Okay. Is it really just get describe tags? Is that all it is? So I could do that. Well, maybe I could. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so get describe tags. That should work. And then for all the other ones, get describe tags. For some reason I was thinking more complicated than that. Yeah. Okay, let me check out comments here. What should advise beginner devs who feels overwhelmed after seeing front end which is rapidly changing space? Do back end instead. Get out of front end. It's lower pay. It's fewer people who have any idea what they're actually doing. It's a lot of like sales bros that have gone to dev bros. And yeah, it's too complicated. It's insane. There's not a lot of engineering going on over at the front end. There's a lot of hype and this is cool, that is cool, but it's not software engineering. It's a lot of code monkeying with some people who are actually genius level that are, leading the charge of the insane. But it's for their ego, not for actually like helping anybody. That's my hot take on it. And I don't, and it's like a perverse thing though, because there's a lot of stuff where, what in the world does UTM need my microphone for? I'm actually going to allow it. That seems kind of weird to me. But it's... Oh no. Let's see if the password is Ubuntu. Is the password? What is the default password for UTM? Weird. Let's see. UTM Ubuntu default password. I don't know. I really don't like it. I really don't like what's going on in the front end space. I mean, I know some people that do some good work there, but still, like it's kind of a cult, right? Because they'll talk about things like performance and accessibility. You know what's performant and accessible? HTML. When you just use input elements and you just use CSS to style them, you actually don't need, and people have done talks on this, you actually don't need all the ARIA tags and all that stuff. It's a bunch of nonsense. They're creating problems and then half solving the problems that they created. The web actually worked before React, believe it or not. In fact, it worked better before React. You think the quality of web pages has gone down. Now, some would say React has made web development so accessible that you got more and more people who know less and less what they're doing. And so you're just seeing a proliferation of even more things than we've ever had before. And it just so happens that most of them don't work at all. But they wouldn't exist if it weren't for the proliferation of lowering the bar of how to get into development. I don't know. But to me, it just seems like a bunch of a mix of people who just don't know what they're doing, and it's not their fault. It's the blind leading the blind, and also worse, it's the leadership being blind and then leading people, like lemmings off the cliff, right? So it makes me angry. I think it's morally wrong. I find what they believe is morally right, I find to be morally wrong. So I think we need to get back to things. First of all, just don't break things that work, right? Having underlines and links, which I'm grateful that GitHub switched that back. It's just the way that, pick up a book on human-computer interaction from the late 90s, early 2000s. Right around 2012 is when we took the nosedive. Right around when Steve Jobs died. That's when things just started going way downhill and web development started becoming super, super complicated. There's that 2011, 2012, 2013, maybe as early as 2010. That's where we started seeing a lot of these transitions. But yeah, I hate it. I am angry about it. And I guess that's not really helpful. I should do something more helpful than that. I don't know. But we need to just get back to, create forms, style them, send some JSON. I mean, no big deal. If we need front ends on the frameworks on the front end, we need frameworks that can do things that are really actually useful, that are actually difficult to solve for, like having data cached properly. That's something that's really, really, it's challenging to do, even for a seasoned developer. You don't get it right the first time. Tracking dependency tree of stuff like that, rather than all this virtual DOM nonsense, which at the time, made a lot of sense, but now browsers have gotten way better. We don't need that anymore. The APIs, we just need to use the APIs that exist. That we need a framework. It's a framework that helps guide us towards using the things that already work nowadays in the modern age. And but anyway, get into backend development, learn Go. Go, it pays well. You're going to be around more seasoned developers. You're going to be around people that care more about reliability and about things actually being correct rather than just what's new this Tuesday. So anyway, I want to learn multiple things to increase my chances of getting hired. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's a terrible thing to do. You should learn as few things as you can and get really good at them. Learn CSS, basic CSS, not Sass, not Tailwind, learn CSS. If you want to be on the front end, that's the number one skill you need is CSS and actual HTML. Not React, but actual HTML. Know how an input works. Know how a details list works. Know how to use, there's a built-in combo list to the browser. I'm forgetting what it's called. I think it's called data list. Somebody correct me on that. Learn the stuff that nobody knows that will make you absolutely invaluable. And then, if you're going to go back in, it's good to learn a few, not learn, it's good to experience a few languages and a few frameworks from the perspective of knowing patterns, knowing vocabulary. Don't learn them per se, but experience them. See how a for loop is done in Go versus how it's done in JavaScript versus how it's done in Haskell or something, right? I don't think they have for loops in Haskell. I think they do list iterations, but that's exactly my point. Just so that you know what the pros and cons are, but don't try to learn many things. I'm going to tell you honestly, if you see a posting and it wants you to be familiar with 20 different technologies, you lie. If it means that in order to get the interview, you have to say that you're familiar with 20 different technologies, you just lie. And the reason for that is that you're not, when you get in the interview room, the first thing you should say is, hey, actually, these are the 3 things I'm really good at. And that other stuff, I know enough about it I can learn. That's, so you can get to that level, right? But you have to get in front of the person to actually be able to show off your work. And so I don't say that lightly, you lie about it, because you kind of have to know that you're at the right place, right? There's plenty of people that I know that, they ask you to have 5 years of experience in something. It's look, I'm a seasoned developer. I've worked with this thing for a month. I know it better than people that are not seasoned developers who've been using it for 5 years. And I mean, that I literally have had those experiences, right? So it's not just lie about anything and everything. It's when you're presented with the people who are asking you to do something know so little about it that they can't narrow down the scope of what to ask you, then it becomes your job to help them figure that stuff out. But you have to get up to that point where you can do that. So you have to know enough about those things to know what's realistic. But when it's always you got to know Photoshop and CSS and Tailwind and Bootstrap and React and Vite and Vue and Next and Go and Rust and Python and no, that is a cry for help. That is them screaming, "We don't know what we're doing. We just need someone." And that's a great opportunity for you to come in, because they don't know senior from junior, from left from right. If that's what's being required on the job listing, they are so in trouble. They just need a body in a seat to figure things out. They just need a brain to be dedicated to doing a thing. But yeah, definitely don't try to learn a bunch of things. Okay, learning besides one thing. Let's see, what? Learning more things besides the one thing you're actually aiming for is a great way to learn about the aiming something. That didn't come across right. But for front end, I've heard it's a mess of abstractions upon abstractions. Yeah, I'd almost recommend trying to do something with as bottom of a layer as you can get to. Yes. HTMX, people are screaming about that right now. It's funny because it was not like nobody cared about it, and then all of a sudden people do. But yeah, No Boilerplate has a great video on plain text. There's a few good videos on that, which goes on this topic too. Okay, yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's front end is just an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Wait, I did put in the password Ubuntu. Oh. Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, see what's going on there. So... where's my thing? I think it's hilarious that on Linux, you're trying to be so user friendly. The terminal is not automatically in the window. Let me. You see this? It's like the terminal was not automatically here. That just blows my mind. Like, Brosif, come on. You trying to tell me you think that this is some sort of user friendly desktop and people only need the terminal? Hell nah, my friend. Okay. What address is this? Oh no. Okay, so this is going through virtual adapter. Oh man. Sure, go ahead and install it. Yeah, I don't know how if I get the binaries in there, I don't know how I'm going to get them out. It says check your internet connection. Oh no. All right, let's just go ahead and restart this because my guess is... I'm going to put this over here. No, this is UTM. Let's see. Is it going to work? I think it's going to work. It's not an emulator. It is using... so all the major operating systems have a virtualization service now. And so... and all the CPUs actually at the hardware level have virtualization. So this is... it's not like it's emulating... I mean, it is emulating a whole computer, but it's using the virtualization layer, so it's not too much extra work. All right. Oh, I got to get less angry about front-end development and everything in general. Just got to get less angry. Just be a little less angry. Yeah, it's very close to native speed. All right, so that's correct. And then the same. Okay, so we have parity between these. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna try get pull force over here on the other system. Okay, I'm gonna delete all the files I have over here. I'm gonna just check that the Windows stuff rebuilds on Windows. All right, this time expecting not to see errors on Windows when I build on Windows. LLVM strip. Do I have that? Let's see. What about inside of TinyGo? TinyGo. Whoop. Oh, TinyGo. Then no. Package source. No, okay. All right, so this looks like it worked on Windows. Interesting. Oh, one more thing I need to do though, and then I'm gonna overwrite that tag again. Our versions have the tags in them. They have V in them, I mean. Alright, so let's see what happens if I do TinyGo build Mac OS here. And then I'm going to do get pull tags over here. Actually, I'm going to do get reset dash dash hard main and do get pull. And then I'm going to do get pull tags. All right. And then let's see, does this produce the correct version? Looks like it does. Okay, cool. So anyway, I think what I have here is the right stuff to upload. Oh, there's one thing I didn't think about. I did not run go generate. Because that will generate a version file. What is it? xversion.go. There we go. So I am going to do the rebuild. Because that's going to have the correct version number in it. I'll do the same thing over here. Oh, no. Over here. Alright, I'm going to rebuild on all the platforms. I run go generate over here. Go generate. Oh, whoops. First we gotta pull. Wait, what?
Make my wish come true. Let darkness slip aside. Hiding all our hope. Mocking what we treasure. Battles we can win if we believe our souls. Hanging through the dark night, aiming for the light till dawn.
Alright, so running that one for Mac. Running this one for Linux. Alright, let's see what we got over here. Okay, I'm gonna put pause on that. Gonna get rid of uploads. Make the directory again. There we go.
Make my wish come true. Let darkness fade to light. Show
Okay. Okay, so we did have a problem over here, however. So let's cat X version. That looks good. Let's cat that over here. Okay, that's interesting though, because this one actually has a different timestamp on it. Does it have the same get rev? So I guess the timestamp. Interesting. Yeah, that was made at a slightly different time. That's okay though. It has the same get rev hash. I'm happy with that. Okay, let me go back over here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we got some more comments, and I wasn't checking out. Oh, what we okay. Let me catch up on comments. Close to native speed. I don't remember anymore. Oh, the UTM Universal Turing Machine, UTM, the Mac Virtual Machine. Yeah, very close to native speed. What's your take on companies asking data structures in interview and leak code questions? Meh. I guess it just depends on the company. I found that you get really far just asking people to do very simple things. And personally, I don't think that most people perform well on the spot. Most people perform well. I like the take-home assignment stuff. I think that's great. So it depends on what company you're going for and what you want. Oh, that's too bad. Well, this didn't boot up after... Oh well. Let's see if it boots up if I reset it. I might have to let that one go too. Oh, now it's booting. Interesting. Well, there it goes. 25 seconds? Seriously? We'll come back to that later. See if that works. Or I guess I just put it over here and leave it on the side. Doesn't look like this is working. Oh, but it's doing something. Okay, let me see. I'll answer the other questions momentarily. I want to see if I can get network access with this thing. I probably need to go in and adjust some settings or something. Display, sound, input, application, prevent system from sleeping. No, that's fine. View. Let's see what happens. Okay. What's up, Codespace? So anyway, unknown as to whether or not the lead code stuff is important. I don't know. I don't use it because I don't think it's a good measure of very much. And I, in my experiences, I haven't been asked lead. Well, there's been a couple of interviews where I've been asked lead code questions, but I haven't liked them because what I bring to the table is engineering, not computer science. I'm not a good computer scientist. I'm not good at the lead code questions. Now, if you give me a problem, I can come up with a binary search tree and different data structures to solve that problem. But I need to know what the problem is, and then I will work towards the right solution. I'm very intuitive in that way as well. I can come up with solutions that I haven't necessarily been taught just by pattern recognition. So for me, the leak code stuff it's just obnoxious. I don't like it. Okay. Interesting. It booted, but it won't open up Firefox. Okay. Alright, had to make breakfast, and the other cretin of my house have awoken from their slumber. Nice. Any tips for wanting to make 5 useless projects at the same time? Yeah. Don't do it. You don't want to end up like me. Coding. At work, random channel surfing, having a wonderful something lunch, and saving the world. Way to go, Valiant. As in, the want is the issue. I can't focus on just a single one. Well, then you've got your answer. You have to focus on multiple. Bash? Ping command not found? Come on, Ubuntu. What are you smoking? Stop pretending like you're a user desktop system. Come on, even Windows has ping installed. Sudo apt update. Okay, this time when it rebooted, it's got network access, so that's good. All right. And what was I doing? Oh. All right. So I'm going to have to modify the Go. So here's the problem with the Go generate. So in my, where is it? So I have Go get ver, and I have it tagged to a specific version with its specific dependencies. And apparently they're not compatible with Windows for some reason or other that I don't understand. So this right here is not working. So I may have to go install Go get ver and then run it manually, which is probably fine. So let me try that. Go install git.root projects.org/root/go get ver. That seems like that worked. Go get ver. Go run. projects.org/root/go get ver. That just doesn't make sense to me. Oh, I know why. Because the last thing I did was I set the environment variable to ARM. So okay, this is another thing that actually needs to be done with these. So we're gonna, bear with me here. Sorry, we're gonna do this 100 times. But actually, I'll just make this different. All right, so after all this, unset vars. So go OS equals go arch equals go ARM equals go AMD 64 equals what else? Goose, Garch, Garm, Gamd 64. That's why. That's why Go Generate didn't run. Yep, that fixed it. That fixed it. All right. So we're doing it one last time. Sorry, folks. Let me rumruff the uploads folder, rumruff the pathman. Last time, I think. I'm not ready to promise, but I'm pretty sure. All right, I'm doing the same thing on Windows. All right, running Go Generate. Okay. And last thing I'm going to do with all these is just run Go Generate. Whoops. I'm not gonna run it again. I'm just putting it in there so that it's there next time. Interesting. Okay, let me go make that pull request. All right, I'm gonna close this out. Okay, so okay, that all looks right, and then the Windows ones look good too. Looks like. All right, so I'm gonna send the Windows ones over. Oh. What happened to the zip files? Oh, okay, they just got their extensions changed. The tar files, I'm a little confused by that. Oh, whoops. All right, one last time on Windows. Okay, so here we go. Again, I'm not going to rebuild these. I'm not going to tag them with a new version. This is just the build script. Everything's good to go. But this is supposed to be .tar.gz. Because the tar has built-in gzip support, but the external binary for gzip doesn't actually seem to be available, or at least I couldn't find it. So, or it wasn't available if I just typed gzip. So I think that gzip support is baked into tar, whereas the other ones are external. If you do -J or capital J or whatever. So that was the change that needed to be made there. Okay, cool. Boom. All right. With that, I believe that we're ready to create a new release. So we'll choose tag v6, and we'll just call it v0.6.1. Build with TinyGo. Same Go code. No code changes. No local code changes. Just golang.org/x/sys. Dependency updates. Add binaries by selecting them. Alright. And then I'll plop them over. With pair drop. Here. Alright, everything looks like it went through correctly that time. Whoops. If I could just select the right files over here. If... how do I select just the files I want in Windows? Okay, like this? Does that work? Okay, good. So there's my 4 Windows release files. We'll accept them. Let's see if I can just go here, open uploads, there we go, and then I'm going to drag over the Windows built files. And then somehow, I'm afraid it's going to give me some bologna, like you can only have up to 5 files or something like that. In which case, let's just optimize this a little bit for how many we can do at a time. Okay, let's do all 4 Darwins. Let's see if it has any complaints about that. Okay. Now let's do all 4 Windows. Okay. Now let's do all bajillion Linuxes. Looks right. Boom! Alright, now, y'all do me a favor real quick. If you're willing. Okay, so watch this. So now, when I do Webby pathman. Oh, it's gonna take it a couple minutes to get the new version. Okay, hold on. Oh, whoops. I did not put the new... oh. Alright, new release. What I need to tell this to do is to run synchronize now. There we go. Uh-oh. Is it not synchronizing? That's alright. I'll tell this other one to... If this doesn't catch up in the next couple seconds, we're just going to skip the middleman then. Don't ask me why it's this way. Okay, good. It's got the extra tag. Okay, so... I'm going to force an update on this real quick. Well, actually, let me see if I can just get it. I don't think it'll work this way, but... Yeah, it's just going to tell me that it's not there. Okay, so now that I just refreshed it, it's going to take 15 minutes, but we could do it also from next.webinstall.dev pathman, and that should cause it to refresh right now. Didn't get it next either. Okay, let me webby next. Kill all node. I may have just updated or something on that one. That's weird. Oh, right. Okay, I'll have to do this one more time because I didn't actually create the release over here. I'm going to make it the same as GitHub. Where'd the releases go? Oh no, where did it go? That's what I was afraid of. It's got limits on how many can be uploaded. Okay, so let me do it this way then. Because it'll allow me to upload them. I just can only upload so many at a time. Alright, so first, let's do all the Darwins. Then we'll do all the Windows. Then we'll do Linux AMD 64 and ARM 64. Okay. So we'll do Linux AMD 64. There we go. And then we'll save draft. And then I should be able to go to this and edit it. How do I edit this thing? What? How do I undraft it? Oh, edit right there. Okay, got it. All right. So now that it's got all of those, I should be able to go back and then add all the missing ones. Yep, there we go. Okay. Save draft, edit. And then grand total is some number of files. Let's go ahead and publish. All right. Does it say how many we have there? No. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Let's see if that looks right. Yep, 18. Okay. All right, now it's probably, it may have been enough minutes that if I just run this the normal way, it might get it. Nope. How about this one? Nope. All right, so let me go kill all node. And then now when it fetches it, okay, there we go. All right. So the other one will get it in 15 minutes. This one got it now. So if I do pathman version, boom, there we are. That's a little bit longer than what I wanted, but it works. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind just testing out this thing on whatever system you have. Here is the curl command. Well, actually, I'll give you the link to it. So what it does is it fetches it from the releases. So I'm going to try it on Windows right now. I'm going to try it on Linux. Curl. I'm afraid this one may not work because it may have gotten tagged incorrectly on Alpine. Yeah, it got tagged incorrectly on Alpine. So that's all right. That's something I need to fix on Alpine. I'll do that. And then what else? Okay. Okay, good. $174K there. Okay, there it's of course it's a symlink to the latest version. 180K there. And let's try it on Windows. curl.exe, ms. HTTPS next.webinstall.dev/pathman pipe PowerShell. Okay, we're going to have to undo the Windows version. So let's go fix that. So goodbye, 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 goodbye. It compiles with a panic to do. So TinyGo does not have that implemented. So we'll get rid of that there. And then we will also get rid of it here. Okay. Removed Windows releases because TinyGo does not implement. Well, that's sad. Yeah, you have to use the Windows system. I guess I could, again, if I were going to work on this, I'd just do it in PowerShell. Because otherwise I'd be execing out to PowerShell just to run the path commands. Okay. I'm going to edit this. So the command would install pathman. So you should be able to do, well, can't on that one because of the other bug. You should be able to do pathman version. That's it. If you want to modify your path, this shows you what your path looks like. So you do path list. And then if you wanted to, you could add something or remove something and print the version. That's all it does. That's it. It just makes it easy and it's cross-platform. So the output. Okay, good. And now it's on the regular as well. Now it just updated. So it's been the 15 minutes. So it will output to do a source. So if you just close your terminal and open it back up again, then it will work. Okay, so that's the best we can do then. Okay, so that's 4 hours of my life that I'll never get back. But I learned a bit about TinyGo. Like the fact that it doesn't actually implement. I don't know. That's a little frustrating. I'd rather have a compile time error on that. But whatever. Oh, you're on Windows. Yeah, if you're on Windows, then it would have just printed out the panic. But still, same thing. If you just close, if it installed version 0.5.2, which is what it will install as soon as the cache expires, because right now it has Windows in the cache for 0.6. But as soon as the cache expires, then it'll be back to, for Linux, it'll have 0.6, as well as for Mac, and then for Windows, it'll have 0.5. Which, really, I just ought to bump the version to 1, but whatever. I don't know why I didn't do that, really. Okay. I did not make it as far as I wanted to. There's one other thing I want to do that I might as well do right now, I suppose. Which is, I'm going to go to Webby next. And I'm on the branch. Add NeoVim there. I'm going to switch that back to main. And I'm going to create a new branch. Let's see. TinyGo ships with a folder called TinyGo. I have to double check that again real quick. Alright, we're gonna go do something else. Ramp, ramp, ramp. So what we're going to do is we're going to add TinyGo to Webby real quick. That was such a waste of time. I won't get that bit of my life back. I don't know. I learned something. Oh, and then we should just... Let me refresh that and make sure the Windows is not... Yeah, Windows is not there. I mean, that is really nice, though. That's really nice to be down in the couple 100 KB range. That's the way it should be. Okay. So that's something I need to fix. I might fix that tomorrow. This is actually a pretty high priority bug. Okay, so I want to download this. Okay, that one we already have. Do I have the Linux one? No, I have the Linux one. Let's download the Linux one, and I'm going to download the Windows one. Okay. So I'm just going to make sure that I know what each of these looks like. I'm going to go ahead and get out of there. I don't need that anymore. Just get out. I don't know where these flies are coming from. It's winter now. Flies aren't supposed to be around here. Let's get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. And then what was I gonna do? Alright, I'm already losing it. It's late. It's close to, it's almost 1 a.m. Okay, I know what I was gonna do. I was gonna go to my downloads folder in a temp, and I have TinyGo Win, TinyGo Mac, TinyGo Lin, TinyGo Tux. Keep with the 3-letter, you know. Alright, so we're just going to make sure that TinyGo Linux comes out the way I expect. Okay, yep. Single folder, all encapsulated. Great. Okay, and then Mac is going to be the exact same way. I don't have any question about that, but we're going to do it anyway. Sanity check, because, you know, sanity check. Yep, that's exactly what I expected. Okay, and then unzip. And then, okay, that's the same. All right, cool. So all of these are exactly the same. So I'll get rid of them. I just wanted to see what the unpack looked like. So these will be the same as... Well, it's a little bit of a mix and match. So the install is going to be... It should be the same as Node. I think. Or let me think, is there really Go? Well, Go now Go's a little special. Alright. Actually, I don't really want to do it this way. Okay, what is this going to be most similar to? It's something where it has everything together in a folder. Let me go consult the matrix. Alright, so what is a whole package? Okay, CMake. CMake would be a good one to choose from. Dash Core. No. I'm gonna go with CMake. Oh, and Zig, of course. But we're gonna... Whoops. I got too many things open. Now, there is something a little bit different about that. Which is CMake has a condition that nowhere else needs. Which is that right there. Alright, other than that, then we just change it all to TinyGo. And that looks about right. Destination command. Webby version. Install into... Yep, that directory. Oh, and then let's do 3.27.0 becomes 0.30.0. Okay. And then, oops. Righty. Hey, that would have just happened to work anyway. Alright, what's the format it comes out in? Let's try down to just the version number. Okay, TinyGo. Moves to the source directory. And then the only thing that we need to change otherwise is that this is using GitHub. Just like, I'm going to go with dash core actually. We'll copy dash core's releases into the TinyGo releases. And then we're going to update the releases to be TinyGo and TinyGo. Let's see if that's, is that what they're, TinyGo org. All right. And then we could filter out, I don't know, there's not really a whole lot there. I don't think we need to worry about filtering it out. And this is all good naming conventions. Yeah, we can leave that one alone. So if I then run TinyGo releases, yep, get back releases, looks good. It's got version. Extensions are correct. Download URLs. Okay, good. Everything looks good there. Alright, so then we need to edit the TinyGo install.ps1, which is basically going to be the same thing we did before, where we just rename everything from CMake to TinyGo. And this one does have zip, but that's okay because that's going to work. This is still going to work. That's still going to work. And then, what's one that we did just recently? I can't remember. Right, output, remove item, copy item. Is that it? I thought there was one more. New item before copy item, right. That's what it was. They all just say command, but that doesn't seem quite right. That seems more correct. Alright, and the new item would be... Yeah, we just wouldn't have that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that one's going to be back to here. That still should be okay still. Still not determine letting do anything. What's the default file path that it installed to? You know, it would be installing to .local. Let's see. Vim commentary had path name. Vim zig. Path name. I don't know. I guess that's decent enough. Alright, if the download doesn't exist. Oh, this is another thing I actually didn't check on. Let me make sure. Okay, good. Yeah. Because sometimes on Windows and even on Mac and Linux, they don't put the command down in the bin directory. I want to go through and get all this normalized one day. Okay. So now that's good. What else are we? I'm going to have to do the rest of this later because my brain's a little fried, but... Alright, what's the capitalization they put on this? TinyGo, okay. TinyGo.org, okay. What do they call it? Let's see. I don't know if TinyGo actually creates... Yeah, it doesn't look like it needs that. Okay, what were the things that I had to do? Hmm. Oh, another thing though, actually. Okay, fetch go compiler. Because it still relies on the Go compiler, as far as I can tell. For some tasks. TinyGo produces much smaller. That's um let's see. Okay. Optimize the strategies of heat switches. Avoids reflection. Not all Windows syscalls are implemented. Right. See the TinyGo compatibility matrix. Defining home and the folder worked. You don't have a home variable? That doesn't make sense. What version of Windows are you on? XP? No, it wouldn't have worked on that. I'll have to double check. I've got Windows 10 over here. Let me just double check. Yeah. Home variable works on Windows 10 and Windows 11. And that one actually doesn't rely on the home variable. Interesting. I may not have an old enough version of Windows 10 to test on. Yeah, none of the PowerShell files have been updated to use the home variable. So that's very strange to me. Because Pathman PS1 does not rely on home. And oh, let's see. No, because Webby template PS1 creates local bin, local opt, and downloads folder every single time you use it. So before it even gets anywhere, it creates those paths. Oh, you know what? This is a little bug that I didn't think about. I will have to submit this fix as well. So it puts it in the current directory, which most people, when they open up command.exe, that's where it's going to put them. But yeah. I see what happened there. You were in a different directory, and you may have run as... Well, hopefully you didn't run as an administrator. No, like when you open up command.exe, when you just open it up, you're in the home directory. So whatever directory you were in, there was a bug. Whoops. I'll be back in just a second. Hold on. USB cable did the whatchamadoodle. This is what happens when it gets to be wintertime. Static just shocks things for no reason all the time. It'll come back. There we go. I just had to unplug and replug. Yeah, and it does, you know, Windows is the least usage for this because not very many developers are on Windows, I don't think. But I'll get that fixed. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that bug's been there this long. Okay, I'm going to try again with the TinyGo. All right. Table of contents, files, compatibility, gotchas. That's not for me. Build, run, flash, monitor. Target. Well, that's nice to know. your Go and TinyGo versions will need to be paired according to all right, let's see here. Windows, Mac OS. You may get better results using web install brew. See also TinyGo gotchas. TinyGo. Which see, inline assembly, heap allocation. Differences from Go. Okay. All right. by following certain patterns, you can guarantee that okay, TinyGo is the same language. Microcontrollers, there we go. Sorry, I haven't been speaking much. I just think when I'm doing documentation in particular, that uses my language center, so I'm just kind of stuck in that mode. Okay, so TinyGo is an alternative LLM-based compiler for Go with a much smaller runtime. Great for embedded devices or just reasonably sized CLI utils. Okay, embedded microcontrollers. I don't know. What am I doing? Go back. TinyGo compiles Go code to kilobytes rather than megabytes. All right, there we go. Okay, and then the garbage collection is what I wanted to know. Concepts. The power of Go in kilobytes. Interesting. I like that. Let's go with it. Let's see. TinyGo performance. I'm assuming it's slower. I could be wrong. Yeah. Okay. Sacrifices. Okay, I think this is philosophically important, this one. Alright, I think I'm going to leave that one be. Alright, what else does it say? I think I'm just going to move this down. Okay, is it called encodings JSON? Let's see, go encodings JSON. Is this it? Or is it encoding or encodings? It's encoding. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go with all that. This is it. Done. That's it. Repeat. Add TinyGo. Oh, I gotta pull that back down. Okay. So that's do we not? Oh. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll get to comments in a second. I'm on brain drain, man. It's 2 a.m. I need to just wrap up and go. But anyway, let me. Instead of garbage collection, we have garbage heap, where all of your memory goes and never gets released. As a programmer, you should remember all the pointers you have made and reuse them. Yes. Started coding in C++, knows myself, get a little racist at the instructor, so I dropped out of the course. What? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I've noticed something with the youth. They use the term racist like we used to use the term gay, right? Like, oh man, that's so gay. I hear kids say that, oh man, that's so racist, but they actually, like, it has nothing to do with racism, right? Just like back in the 90s, it had nothing to do with being gay. And so it's confusing sometimes because people will say, oh, racist, but it's like, oh, here's what it is. Here's what it is. This is your gift from me to you tonight. Boom. Go check that one out. Okay, do you use ChatGPT? What's your opinion on that? Yeah, I do. It's kind of a learning process to figure out when it's a good thing to use and when it isn't. I also use Code Llama, so I could also let's see what else where I think. So you can check out the different models here. Webinstall.dev, Olama. So if you want the power of GPT, there you go. So if you want the power of GPT on your dev box, that's what Ollama is. And there's different models to choose from. Mistral is the most popular one. That's kind of like GPT-3. And then there are some that can perform as well or better than GPT 3.5 or 3 or 4, because you think, oh, GPT 3, 3.5, 4, they're better. It's like new versions. It's not per se. It's just different models. And so with Ollama, you can download different models, and there's models that are tuned for code. There's models that are tuned for general conversation. And I think where things are going are interesting. There's a model that's tuned just for SQL. So, and then here in the cheat sheet, models to try. There is the list of models. So if I wanted to pull this up, I was using it in my terminal, but if I want to pull it up, I don't have Ollama Web UI on Webby yet. I will get it there, but there's some other things that have to happen first. So when I can get back around to it, I will. But you can check out the different models. So you could look for, find a model that is for code. There's Code Llama, Wizard Coder, Code Up, Star Coder, SQL Coder, Code Booyah. So it's you kind of got to figure out with a little bit of trial and error which model works for you for what purpose, what language, because there's models that are coded for Python. And so I have had it give better answers than GPT. In general, GPT gives better answers, it seems like. But if you get more specific, and again, what we kind of need is a meta model that when you ask a question, it'll first ask the meta model, which model would be best suited to ask this question to, and then redirect the question to that model. That's what I think could work out really well. But these short little descriptions, they're not super helpful. We need a little bit more information. So, and you can get let's see. Huh, interesting. Yeah. So this is a lot better. This page is a lot better. Let me see. Do they have a JSON source? It looks like they do. Do they? Library preview. Response now. Bundle. That's weird. I hate this server-side generation crap. People are over-optimizing things that just don't need to be that optimized. I mean, I guess we could say we want this to be more search engine friendly, which is fine, but I doubt that it is because it's probably in React or something. Or I don't know. Who knows what it is. But anyway, I just give me the JSON. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, but I even earlier I was asking it for something about PowerShell and it gave me a right answer and I used it. So, where was it? At least I think it gave me a right answer. Let's see. Yeah, it did. Yeah, so I can ask it general questions and get good answers from it. So I recommend Code Llama. Check it out. Yeah. Kind of, but honestly, some believe everything around them is racist, which is scary. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just a fad. A lot of this stuff hopefully will go away. I think what we really need to do, though, is we really have a problem with the Emperor's New Clothes. We really have a problem with that, because there's so many people in the tech community, they know better, right? But they are pretending like things that are obviously not true are true. And I think a big part of it is just people need to realize what's most important in your life is your life, right? So there's a quote, I wish I could remember exactly what it is, but it's like, for myself, I'm dictator. For my family, I'm communist. For my neighborhood, I'm a socialist. For my city, I'm a libertarian or something. For the for the country, I'm conservative. For the world, I'm right wing, or something like that. Basically, um, you go from your sphere of greatest influence is what's most important, because you're not going to affect the world. And there's so many different cultures out there, and people pretend like there aren't. People pretend like there should be one unified global culture, and people who are Chinese and people who are American and people who are Buddhists and Italian should all just believe the same things. Like there's some sort of universal truth we should all subscribe to. And it's a weird hokey religion, and we need to just no, no. People need to focus on what their immediate surroundings are, and most of all, people need to not pretend like they know what other people think and feel from different cultures. It might offend someone if we refer to this as blue, so we should refer to it as pink instead, because that's less offensive. Okay, are you offended by calling it blue? Well, no, I'm not offended by calling it blue, but I could see how some people could be offended by calling it blue. Okay, is anybody in this room offended by calling it blue? Well, no, but there's some people be offended if we call it blue. Okay, all right. So do you know anyone? Well, I heard of no. Do you personally know anyone that's offended by calling it blue? Do you personally? Do you have a friend, a coworker, a family member that is offended by calling it blue? Well, no, but I mean, no, it's just got to stop. That's got to stop. That's what I'm talking about. This whole the emperor has no clothes. There's the emperor's new clothes. Is people are they're reaching out into the infinity to try to find someone that's going to be a victim of a circumstance that's just completely unimportant. Just let it go. So that's the thing that's worrisome. Anyway, I need to get a review on that. I need to get a review on this. So let's throw Hackdan and Yorun on that. Alright. Let me go find this real quick. Boom. I'll just throw up needs review por favor. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Then what was the other one? This fix. So I did not get through hardly anything I was hoping to get through today, but I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. There's some stuff I really need to get through so I can get I need to get it off. I just internally I need to get it off my plate so I can move on to some other things. All right. It's interesting. I'm totally not using TinyGo for its intended purpose. But I'm serious. You know, people gave me flack about Pathman because it seems suspicious. It seems suspicious that it was a 2 megabyte binary that supposedly all it does is open up a text file and add something, remove something, you know. And I get it. Okay, and this one, I kind of know what that's about. That one does need to get fixed sooner than later. But that wasn't my warpath today. So in conclusion, okay, when used appropriately with LLVM, at least for some of these command line utilities, I think, okay, so TinyGo could work. That before what I was seeing, TinyGo wasn't making much of a difference, but I think that it was because I was using the built-in LLVM on Mac, whereas on this computer I have the up-to-date LLVM that comes through Brew. Now I've installed Brew with Webby, which means that it's not going to screw, because when you install LLVM with Brew, it gives you all these warning messages about how it can mess up your computer. If you install Brew with Webby, Brew is sectioned off outside of system directories. Will not come into conflict with system tools. So you can install the Brew LLVM in the Brew that's installed according to Brew's own instructions of how to do it. That's how Webby installs it, according to Brew's instructions, using the official Brew package with the official Brew instructions on how to do a conflict-free Brew installation. Yeah, and so that seems to be working. So I'd have to play with it a little bit more, but I definitely, if I'd known about TinyGo before, I would have written. I may not have gotten on my Zig journey because I may have written ENVman and Go rather than Zig. But I'm very, very glad that I am on my Zig journey because it seems exciting. It seems like it's really, truly a useful technology, not just something cool and faddish, but something that has that really solves a problem well in the same way that Go solves problems well. Just, you know, somewhat of overlapping problems in terms of being cross-compilable and stuff like that, but different problems. Okay, so all right, one more thing I want to do here. Just under releases. All right. That's a good way to win an argument. Yeah, no, I've noticed that. I mean, but it's so weird. It's so weird, especially in the tech community, because it's like, it's a cult. It is a cult. It's like this weird bullying, like you're not as holy as me. It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah. Okay, TinyGo wasn't made for this use case, so if the TinyGo project dies, well, this usage is gone. Well, if the TinyGo project dies, so ostensibly, I can always compile. So Go is pretty mature. They come out with bug fixes. There's a bug fix that's been, I don't know, it's been like 5 years in the making. They finally fixed it. It's something that was rare. I don't know how Google didn't come across it though, because it had to do with reverse proxying. I think Google's got to be doing it all the time. But the specific is a specific usage of reverse proxying, going in between like the network layers or something. Had a race condition. They were able to reproduce it. So anyway, it just got closed recently and fixed a problem in the Go version of Telebit for me. But thing I was going to say there was that they have bug fixes and stuff, but Go is, to me, it seems like it's fairly complete. I don't. There's going to be new standards for this, that, or the other, but Go is not. I really don't want it to change much. So my point being, if the TinyGo project dies, we're still going to have the tools. We're still going to be able to build stuff with it for another 10 years. So, I get it. Nobody wants to be writing programs using a tool chain or a workflow that's not supported. But it's not like it does. But yes, I'm excited about Zig. I think the Zig really solves some problems. So I'm looking forward to getting more into it. All right. Go wasn't made for this use case. All right, got it. Can you explain what your project is? Okay, so this project, Pathman, is very, very simple. And it just manages the path across Windows, Mac, and Linux. And I created it at a time when I didn't have as good of an understanding of POSIX shell as I do now. So now, if I was going to rewrite Pathman, I would write it in POSIX shell for Mac and Linux. And at the time that I was making this, there actually was the feature in PowerShell that I needed, I believe, the same year that I made this. But it was not well known or well documented yet. So in my search, I was not able to find it. In fact, I went back and looked at it. I think it may not have existed when I first created this. So I first created this 4 years ago. That put us in 2019. And I don't remember when they added the thing to PowerShell, but anyway. So on Windows 10, this is no longer necessary. Before, this was necessary in order to update your path, because the Windows tools for updating your path would truncate your path to something like 256 characters, which you add a few directories to your path and you hit 256 characters pretty darn quickly. But it was because they were literally created for Windows 3.1 or Windows 95. I don't remember which, but I think it was Windows 3.1. Like we are talking. It may have even dated back to DOS. So that's why there was and these Windows. I mean, Windows is amazingly terrible. The types of things. I mean, there's a talk I watched recently. It was NTFS isn't that bad. And this is one where the guy, I'm not sure if he's red team or blue team, because as he goes through this, he's talking about all these problems with Windows, but he's just defending NTFS. He's like, people think that the problem's NTFS, but the problem's actually that the Windows kernel can't handle opening a file, and And he's like, so it's not NTFS. And then So you'd think, oh, it's got to be the file system, but no. Windows Defender is really inefficient, and it's really, really bad at file handle closes. And so we opened a bug report on Windows. So this one is really, really interesting. But there are so many bugs in Windows that will never get fixed because people rely on them. There's one that I've run up against. I have an open issue on Node for it. It's been open for 10 years. And I'm not but I know somebody who works at Microsoft. I asked him about it. He knew exactly what I was talking about. And he said they're not going to fix it because there's enterprise customers that rely on that bug if they fix it. And I just how? I don't know. And it has to do with, again, it goes back to Windows 3.1 in the 80s. Because back then it was single threaded, and if you were on a 386 or a 486 and something, and it's so weird. So weird. Anyway. But yeah, so in order to update the path so that you can this is just there's a number of things that I like to do with my you have to do, if you work in the command line, there's a number of things you got to do with your system. Edit your path is one of them. And Pathman just makes it really easy to edit your path, to be able to see what's my path look like and just add something really quickly. And then you don't have to go, muck around with the config files. And a number of people like myself use multiple shells, right? So you might use bash one night when you're drunk, but normally use fish or maybe new shell, and then you use POSIX shell for writing scripts. ZSH is the default shell on Macs now, and maybe on the Linux systems. I'm not sure. So let's see, what is this? Echo shell. Yeah, it's still bash on Ubuntu 22.04 at least. Wait, why did I think it was 20.4? Earlier was I? Well, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, editing your path is just something that you have to do. And I'm a big believer that in the ideal world, you would never have to open a text editor in order to change a config about your system. This is kind of part of my vision for the world. I want to make my own circle better, make it better amongst me, my friends, coworkers, clients. And that's one of the reasons Pathman exists, because it lowers the documentation of, open up either Vim or Nano. It's just, okay, boom, run this command. And so you can install it here. And now what I did today, the purpose today was to make the binary size smaller. And the thing that I'm actually working on in Zig is .envman. So .envman, I don't know, I might have to change the name because that just, it's hard to say. Okay, anyway, this one is an env getter and setter. So that it's very similar to Pathman. So Pathman was the impetus for envman, and envman, I'm doing .envman first, and then I'm going to retrograde that to envman. And envman will set just miscellaneous variables. So there's three core tools in this set, which is aliasman, pathman, and envman. And those are the things that if you work in a shell, those are the things that you want to be quick and easy. And like I was saying, Git is a really good example of how to do things right. Okay. Git has a config subcommand, and then you can give it a path, to something that you're going to change, and then it just changes it. And that's what everything should be like. And we need to get something like that for Vim as well. That's a tough one. That's a tough nut to crack, because Vim is predominantly configured in a scripting language, not in something that's easy to do configuration with, like INI or env or JSON or YAML or TOML. But anyway, this is something that will make the world a better place, make my world a better place, and is if we have tools to manage the shell environment so that we can do more fun and interesting things with less mental burden. Like, I didn't use aliases for the longest time. I knew they existed, but again, it was okay. I got to go edit my shell config, but now I use aliases because I've got aliasman, and aliasman makes it easy for me to, if I want to alias, well, we'll go ahead and just, this is the last one in my history. Whoops. So there we go. So aliasman. So what it did was it actually wrote it out to my alias file. I should have that. That should actually be out in the, that's a pity. I don't know why I don't have that, but it should show that it updates the aliases. So these are my aliases that I have on this computer. I've got a bunch on the other one. I only just recently started using them because I don't like config burden. But if I can just copy and paste a bunch of commands and have things work, I'm happy. If I have to manually open an editor, it's about automating the developer experience. I don't use tools that I can't use everywhere. I got to be able to use it on the VPS. I got to be able to use it on my Mac. I got to be, it's my thing. Is the CLI made with Cobra? What CLI? Oh, you're asking, is the arguments parsing? No, I don't believe in using, no, that's way too complex. That's way too complex. This is a really simple tool that we're talking about, right? So pathman help, look at this. List, add, remove, version. That's it. So I do not believe in bringing in, and I think it's against the Go philosophy too. A little copying is better than a little dependency. If you have a small problem, just solve it in the simple way. I don't like these huge dependency libraries. I don't like having hundreds. I just hate it. I hate it when there's hundreds of things that get installed to do something pretty dumb, like build a table of strings. For the most part, I don't think that I did pathman the way that I would do it now, because you can do subcommands with the built-in flag parser. But, it's really simple. I just built it exactly the way that I wanted it to be. And if I were to go back, one thing I'd change is I'd have, I'd have -- version and -V. This is something, I've got a little code snippet I just use every time to do help and versioning. I'd implement that. Windows does have an environment value handler, but it's semi junk. Well, the environment value handler, that you could get to it through a C# API, I think, but it was not exposed in a way that you could actually use it on the command line. So you literally couldn't. There was not a way to do it at the time that I was creating pathman. Am I going to rewrite pathman in Zig? No, because if I rewrite pathman, and I was just mentioning this, if I rewrite pathman in the future, I'm going to write it in two languages: POSIX shell for Mac and Linux, and PowerScript PowerShell for Windows. Because it's very, very simple. It's add a line, it's check to see if a line's in a file, add a line to the file, remove the line from the file. That's all it's doing. And then list entries in the file. Sans comments. List the entries in the file, filtering out the comments. That's all it does. So I didn't feel confident in my shell abilities when I first wrote it. I didn't realize that you can have both power and simplicity in the POSIX shell. And so I opted for Go because it's easier to do the text manipulation, and there was a lot of things, a lot of conditions that I thought needed to be checked that I was able to simplify it down, because now Webby used to depend on pathman, now it doesn't. But just for, I don't know, the sake of nostalgia and having learned about TinyGo today, I wanted to get it recompiled and see that binary size drop down to kilobytes rather than megabytes. And it did. And so I don't know if that was just a stupid waste of my time or if there's any real value there. But dang, I feel a heck of a lot better about this being 180 kilobytes rather than 2.1 megabytes. So it just, you know, to a person who works in the shell, again, because a lot of these people, they're not really familiar with Go. This makes sense. 2.1 megabytes, it looks like a Trojan horse. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go because it's 1:30 a.m. Wait, how's it 1:30 a.m.? Is it daylight savings today? Wasn't it 2 a.m. recently? Well, look at that. 2 a.m. happens twice tonight. Indeed. Time travel. All right. Hey, thanks for joining in. Appreciate the comments and the questions. Like, sub, follow if you want to. Let the Wanu guide you. And, oh man, I just feel like, well, I got a little bit off track. And all right. So I really want to make it through these PRs. I think I'm actually going to get rid of this one. This one is very confusing to me because somebody had asked for this. Somebody took it on. Yeah, no, it's like, so that's no, like, I'm going to ask him here. Yeah, okay. I don't know. This one's been open for 2 years. And like it's just been sitting here because I don't like putting stuff on Webby if somebody can't tell me what it does. If it's just like so highly specific and just, I don't know. I mean, this project seems like it's got that it's very confusing. Because it says here that it's the official tool from Amazon. Okay, now it's owned by a different organization. The official CLI for Amazon EKS. Official by who? This is not Amazon. This Weaveworks, Netlify. This is not Amazon. So that's one of the things that was confusing to me, and this is confusing, just a blank page. Like how is this the official tool? So that's one thing that's weird. But I mean it's got a fair number of stars. Anyway. Yeah, I want to get through these. That's one where I just want somebody to, if something's going to be on Webby, if it's good enough to be on Webby, it should be good enough to give an example of like, here's the 4 things you're going to do with this, right? I mean, I'm adding, oh, whoops, let's go to next, Webby TinyGo. You know, we add TinyGo, and I at least have a one-liner of like, okay, here's how you use it. Oh, that actually went a little weird. Let me fix that. Now that I look at it, I see that there's a problem with that. README. That ended up. And maybe we could do like this. You know, so I just want there to be enough there that really what I want to capture is the stuff that they don't capture. Because when you are the person creating a tool, you often don't understand what the person who's using your tool is going to use it for, because you're creating it for yourself. And so that's part of what I want to capture with Webby is not just, okay, here's how to install it quicker than ever, but also here's how to use it quicker than ever. Like, what do we want to do? We're going to print out the version number. We don't want no button, no debug. We're going to build this thing. Wait, why did that? Oh, I didn't pull it over on this side. Okay, I'm so frazzled with my brain only half working. It's late. It's early. It's a different day. It's not even the same day anymore. There. Okay. Boom. Okay, now I fixed that problem. All right, I'm going to check a couple more comments, and then I'm going to go. I sure existed. See ya. You can apparently compile Go with Zig somehow. I'll link that to your Discord. Yes, but that's a different thing. You can compile CGo with Zig, and there is a use case for it. It's not a problem that I have. I already looked into this. I'm glad that it exists. But it's like it truly solves the problem, but only for a narrow set. I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. It's a problem that well-designed packages that can be easily cross-compiled with Zig aren't going to be written in C. Right? If somebody's got their engineering hat on and they're trying to think, how do I make this portable and make this easy to distribute and da-da-da-da, they're already not going to be using C. When people are using C, it's because it's old legacy cruft, or it's people doing a bunch of crappy patchwork where really like, it's scary. It's scary that people write the stuff they do in C because it's scary. And the scary code often won't compile with Zig because it's patchwork garbage. One example would be BLS is a library for cryptographic signatures for cryptocurrencies. And it has a makefile and a CMake file and shell scripts and macros that all run in concert in a specific sequence to produce the build. Zig can't solve that problem because Zig isn't an omniscient shell interpreter, CMake interpreter, makefile interpreter, nested macro interpreter, right? So the problems that Zig can solve in cross-compiling C are things that are pretty well thought out and done in the first place. Like, for example, I believe that it would be good for SQLite. SQLite is really well engineered. It's the build of it is already not crazy. The crazy thing about SQLite is more that you have to get the cross-compile tool chains installed if you want to use it. The code in the build system itself isn't crazy. The build and code system itself is actually sane. And so in that case, Zig can help. But SQLite is already really easy to cross-compile, so it's kind of more like Zig replaces your cross-compile toolchain. It doesn't fix crappy C code. Providing a cross-compiler toolchain is a valuable thing to provide, but it's not the thing that's the hang-up, because you probably are able to install a cross-compile toolchain already, right? If you're on Mac, you can read some documentation, you can figure out how to do it with Brew. Zig would be easier, but there's already a solution for the problem. So my experience in cross-compiling with Zig from C, as well as using Zig in Rust and in Go, has been lackluster in that it is not the tool to solve the problem that I actually encountered, nor should it be expected to be, if that makes sense. C is better than C++. That is correct. Yeah, so it would not make smaller executables because it's not compiling Go code, it's compiling C code. It's not creating a different Go runtime. Yeah. So, all right. I'm going to go for real. Let's find somebody to raid. And happy time anniversary. What do we call this thing that just happened? Happy daylight savings time. Oh, and in other news, we found another snake. And we let the one snake that was dying go because it wasn't eating and it's injured, and it's probably going to get picked off by a bird or something that just swoops down because it kind of moves slow because it's injured. But if we kept it in the cage, it was just going to die because it wasn't eating. And there's too many factors at play to figure out why it wasn't eating, because it may just starve itself to death because it's injured and it's not going to want to eat while it's injured, and it's not going to heal in time to live. So snakes apparently do starve themselves to death because they don't have the ability to think ahead, because they're lizard brained, because that's literally the type of animal category that they belong to. So eating causes them to have to be slow, which means that they can't easily avoid predators. So they will choose to not eat, even in situations where it will kill them, because that's what the lizard brain tells them to do. So, yeah. So we let that one go. And now We will throw everybody over at... Oh, the Asian Bunny, of course, with pools and hot tubs. Yeah, that's the one. That's what we all wanted, right? Or how about Phil Barracks? Doing Unity game dev, 24-hour stream for the children from JD Does Dev. I'm going to go no. I'm going to go hard no on that one. When people say for the children, they normally mean something else entirely, or they might think they're doing something for the children, but it actually, like, normally it's not. Doesn't work out that way. I don't support charities for the most part because they're usually it doesn't solve problems in your own community with your own people. That's where the charity needs to happen. Not with obscure causes with varieties of flags and political slogans, or heaven forbid throwing children into the mix of it for no. All right, anyway, so we're going to go with Phil Barracks instead. Raid has been created. All right, everybody. Get ready. Adios.